Hello everyone, welcome to the IT Fundamentals course where you will learn the basics of computer systems, operating systems, networking, virtualization and cloud computing. My name is Mohammad Asif Khan. I will be your instructor for this course. I have done my bachelor's and master's in computer applications. I have around 14 years of experience in system, network security and storage administration. I have worked in top companies like Paramount Computer Systems, JRC Computers and Communications Services, Nesma Telecom and Technology. This course is designed for anyone who wants to gain a fundamental understanding of IT concepts, including students, professionals, and anyone interested in the field of technology. No prior knowledge of IT is required, and the course is structured to be easy to follow and understand. We encourage you to enroll in the course to access all the lessons and take advantage of the hands-on labs. By doing so, you will gain practical experience and apply knowledge you have learned in the real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will have a solid understanding of IT concepts including computing, networking, operating system, virtualization, and cloud computing. This course will help you lay the foundation for further IT studies and prepare you for a variety of IT roles. Don't miss out this opportunity to learn the basics of IT and take the first step towards a career in technology. Enroll in our IT Fundamental course today. With this course, you will get 30-day money-back guarantee. We ask you to enroll on the course open-minded and ready to learn. And this course will not be available at the same price in future. See you inside and happy learning.
See what is computer? Computer is an electronic device that takes input from the user and process it, and it gives you the output. Okay. So this is the definition of computer. We'll see what is computer in detail in our coming slide.
Guys, let us try to understand computer in detail. So computer is an electronic device that takes input, then process it, then gives you the output. So it takes input from input device like keyboard. Okay, this is the keyboard and it is also called as input device, and processing is done by CPU, and it is the brain of the computer. Okay, this is the CPU. Okay, this is the chip, the processor is called as CPU, and it is the brain of the computer. So guys, most of the students, they think that this box is the CPU. It is not a CPU, it is a cabinet. Okay, and then it gives the output to the output device like monitor. So guys, it is like when let us say I ask you what is 2 plus 2. Okay, you heard my question from your ear. So your ear is your input device. Then you calculate what is 2 plus 2 on your mind. So your mind is your process. So, and when you calculate it, which means you are processing what is 2 plus 2. And you tell the answer 4. Okay, so mouth is your output device. The same way, the keyboard, you type 2 plus 2 on keyboard. This is your input device. Then it will process this processor. Okay, it is installed in this cabinet. Okay, CPU cabinet you can say, and it will process what is 2 plus 2. After processing it, it will give you the output what is 4. So monitor is your output device. So computer is an electronic device that takes input, then process it, then gives the output. It takes the input from input device like keyboard, and processing is done by CPU, and CPU is the brain of computer, then gives you the output to the output device like monitor. So it stores, this computer stores the data for further processing, and computers understand only the binary numbers. Binary numbers, zeros and ones. They don't understand our normal language. They don't understand English. So when you give any command to computer, it will be converted to binary numbers. Okay, and computers required power supply to DC power supply to work. Let's try to understand the architecture of computer. Okay, so let us say you want to calculate what is 2 plus 2. So you will give the input using keyboard. Then it will not directly go to the processor. It will go to the memory. Memory means RAM. It will go to memory. From this memory, this CPU will fetch the information. CPU is having two parts. One is control unit. The other one is arithmetic logic unit. So this control unit will fetch the information from memory. And this information will be provided to ALU to do the calculations. This ALU will do the calculation. What is 2 plus 2? 4. Then it will provide the information to memory. Okay, memory will provide this information to the output device. So this is the architecture of computer. If you see here, we are giving input to the through this keyboard 20 plus 20. Then it will go to memory. Memory is nothing but your RAM. From RAM, CU will take the information and it will provide to ALU. ALU do the calculation and it will provide the answer to CU. CU will send the answer to this memory. Memory will send the answer to the output device port. We will see who is the father of computer. Charles Babbage originated the concept of a digital programmable computer. So he is Charles Babbage, and Babbage is considered by some to be a father of computer. So some people call him father of computer. And Babbage is credited with inventing the first mechanical computer. This is the first mechanical computer which is developed by Charles Babbage. All the essential ideas of modern computers are to be found in Babbage's analytical engine. Let us see what is the first generation computer. ENIAC was the first computer and it was launched in 1945. Okay guys, so this is the ENIAC computer. This is the first computer. This is the first generation computer which was launched in 1945, and it was designed using 18,000 vacuum tubes. Okay, so it took 18,000 vacuum tubes to develop this computer, ENIAC computer, and these are the vacuum tubes. Okay, with the help of these vacuum tubes, this computer was developed. So the weight of this computer is around 25,000 kilograms. The exact weight is 24,493 kilograms. It was very heavy, and this ENIAC stands for Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer. So, and guys, let us discuss about the second generation computer. A second generation computer was developed using transistors. Okay, these are the transistors, and this is the second generation computer, and it is developed by using these transistors. And the full version commissioned in April 1955, and it was also called as transistor computer. Third generation computer. The third generation computers use the ICs or integrated circuits. So this is the integrated circuits. This is used in the third generation computer. Computers primarily using ICs first came into use about 1961 for military use of computer. And guys, fourth generation computer was launched in 1971. And the fourth generation computer comes with microprocessor, and nowadays we call it as CPU. Okay, so we use the microprocessors in fourth generation computer, and this fourth generation computer uses VLSI technology. VLSI stands for very large scale integration technology, and with VLSI up to 1 million transistors can be added to the processor. Okay, so we can add up to 1 million transistors, guys. So this processor, if you see, it is having multiple transistors. Okay, up to 1 million transistors we can add. Fifth generation computer, it was launched in 1989. It also uses the microprocessors. From the fourth generation computer, we use the microprocessors or CPUs. And this fifth generation computer uses ULSI technology, ultra large scale integration technology. With ULSI, we can add more than 1 million transistors to the processor. Okay, and it supports artificial intelligence as well. Now, guys, we have a mainframe computer also. Okay, let us try to understand what is this mainframe computer. Mainframe computer is a computer used primarily by large organizations for critical applications and bulk data processing. This is the picture of mainframe computer. Okay, the first mainframe computer was the Howard Mark I. Okay, this is the name of the first mainframe computer which was developed in 1943. And IBM has developed its first mainframe computer in 1952. Okay, this is the first IBM mainframe computer which was developed in 1952. World's first personal computer. Kenback 1 is the world's first personal computer as per Computer History Museum and the American Computer Museum. It was invented by John V.K. Blankenbaker in 1970. It was first sold in 1971 and discontinued in 1973.
IBM first personal computer. IBM had released its first personal computer model 5150 in 1981. It is commonly known as IBM PC.
Operating system for IBM PC. Microsoft had developed the operating system for IBM PC. The operating system was MS-DOS. MS-DOS is a command line operating system. MS-DOS stands for Microsoft Disk Operating System. In this section, we will discuss about computer components. Computer is having multiple components like input device, output device, processor, motherboard, primary storage, secondary storage, SMPS. So we'll discuss about these components one by one in detail. We'll see input device. So we have different input devices like keyboard and mouse. A keyboard is an input device that allows a person to enter letters, numbers, and other symbols together, and these are called as characters. Okay, these are the characters or keys you can say into a computer. And mouse, a computer mouse is an input device that is used with a computer. So this is the mouse which is used with a computer. Let us see what is output device. So we have monitor. This is the monitor and it is a output device. A computer monitor is an output device that displays the information in pictorial form. So you will get the information in pictorial form on your output device on your monitor. Then we have one more component which is called as processor. So this is the processor which is also called as CPU. Guys, this is not a processor. It is a CPU cabinet you can say, where you will install the motherboard. This is the motherboard. On this motherboard, you will install the CPU or processor. So a processor is also called a central processor, main processor, central processing unit or CPU is the electronic circuit that performs basic arithmetic logic controlling input-output operations, and it is the brain of the computer. So processor is the brain of computer. So while purchasing the processor, while selecting the processor, we need to check the processor specifications. So while selecting the processor, we must consider the following specification or features of the processor. We need to check the speed of processor. We need to check the width of processor. We need to check the FSB, front side bus speed. We need to check the cache memory. We need to check whether the processor supports virtualization or not. We need to select the course and we need to select the generation as well. We'll discuss about these specifications one by one. First, we need to see the speed. So processor's speed is measured in hertz, megahertz and gigahertz. And what is hertz here? It is a unit of frequency of 1 cycle per second. You can see this is 1 cycle per second. So it is called as hertz here. And What is megahertz? 1 million hertz makes 1 megahertz and 1000 megahertz makes 1 gigahertz. So latest processors speed is measured in gigahertz. Example 1.4 gigahertz, 2.40 gigahertz, 4.3 gigahertz, etc. Let us check what is the speed of my computer. How to verify? You will go to this PC, right click, more, properties, and you will get the speed here in the processor section. The speed is 4.2.40 gigahertz. So this what is width here. The CPU width is the architecture of CPU is measured in bit. For example, 32-bit processor, 62-bit processor. 32-bit processor supports 32-bit operating system and software. So if you have a 32-bit processor, you can install only 32-bit operating system. You can install only 32-bit softwares. If you have 64-bit processor, which means you can install 64-bit operating system, you can install 64-bit software as well, and you may get the hybrid processor as well, which support 64-bit and 32-bit operating system and softwares. Okay, so hybrid processor supports both 32-bit and 64-bit software. Let us see the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit processor. This 32-bit processor is a type of CPU. 32-bit is a type of CPU architecture that is capable of transferring 32 bits of data per clock cycle. Whereas 64-bit is a type of CPU architecture that is capable of transferring 64 bits of data per cycle. So 64-bit processor is faster than 32-bit processor, and it requires more time to process and respond. It is slower than 64-bit processor, requires minimum time to process and response, and it can address memory up to 4 GB of RAM, which means 32-bit processors supports maximum 4 GB of RAM, whereas 64-bit processor, they support 16 exabyte of RAM, guys. It is exabytes, not gigabytes or GB. 1 exabyte is equal to 1 million TB. Okay, and this 32-bit processors are cheaper, whereas 64-bit processor, they are very expensive. And we need to check the FSB speed as well. FSB stands for front side bus. So what is this FSB? Let us try to understand. It is a track from RAM to processor and processor to RAM. So in this example, if you see, we are giving the input here. The input will go to the memory. From the memory, CPU will fetch the information. So they have one track between CPU and memory, and the track is called as FSB. So this is the back side of the motherboard. This is the processor. Okay, and let us say this is the RAM, and the track between processor and RAM is called as FSB. So from this track, data flows between RAM and processor. So we need to check the speed of FSB. So FSB speed is measured in megahertz, and you will find the FSB speed like 333 megahertz, 800 megahertz, 1066 megahertz, 1600 megahertz, 2666 megahertz. So guys, let us say your processor supports 2666 megahertz, but your RAM FSB speed is 1600 megahertz. So you will get maximum 1600 megahertz of speed. So you need to check the speed of processor, and you should check the speed of RAM as well. Then we need to check the cache memory of your processor. What is this cache memory? It is a temporary memory which stores the frequently used data. So this is your CPU and this is your RAM. Let us say you are opening Notepad frequently. So what this CPU will do, it will request the Notepad to your RAM. So if you are opening the Notepad 100 times, this CPU has to request the Notepad to RAM 100 times, which will take a lot of time. So what this cache memory will do, it will save, okay? This is the cache memory, and it will save the most frequently used files. Okay, when the CPU needs Notepad, it will take the Notepad from the cache itself. Okay, so it is a temporary memory which stores the frequently used data. It lets CPU to access the information faster than if it is accessing from RAM. So it is faster than RAM. Okay, and cache is 100 times faster than RAM. Cache storage is limited, but it is very expensive. It is very limited, guys, and it is very expensive as well. And it is measured in kilobytes and megabytes. So there are 3 cache levels. They describe the chip's closeness to the processor. If you see here, we have 3 cache levels: level 1 cache, level 2 cache, level 3 cache. So, and level 1 cache, this cache, it is a primary cache, and it is extremely faster, and it is small and usually embedded in CPU. So this level 1 cache, it is embedded with CPU itself as a CPU cache. Then we have this cache, level 2 cache, and level 2 cache or secondary cache usually holds more data than L1 cache. So it holds more data than L1, but it is slower than L1. It can be embedded on CPU or it can be a separate chip. So this level 2 cache, it can be embedded to CPU or it is a separate chip between CPU and memory. And we have L3 cache, and L3 cache is significantly slower than L1 and L2, but it is faster than RAM. So this L3, it is having more space than L1 and L2. It is slower than L1 and L2, but it is faster than your RAM. How to verify the L1, L2 and L3 cache? So what you will do, you will right click, then you will go to Task Manager. Under Task Manager, you will see the cache here. L1 cache 128 KB, L2 cache 512 KB, L3 cache 3 MB. You can see the size of L3 cache is 3 MB. Okay, it is larger than L1 and L2, but it is slower than L1 and L2. So this is the processor, and if you see this processor, on this processor, it is written like 3.116 gigahertz, 12M and 1333. So 3.16 gigahertz is the speed, 12M is your cache, and 1333 is the speed in megahertz of your FSD. Then we need to check whether your processor supports the virtualization or not. Okay guys, what is virtualization? It is a technique that allows a physical machine to run multiple operating systems on single system simultaneously while sharing its hardware. So virtualization, what it will do, it will allow a physical machine to run multiple operating systems. But how will you run multiple operating system? How will you perform the virtualization on any computer, your CPU should support virtualization. If your CPU is not supporting virtualization, you can't run the multiple operating system on the same machine. So if virtualization is supported by CPU, we can perform virtualization. And when you are purchasing Intel CPU, Intel calls it as Intel VT, virtualization technology, and AMD calls it as AMD V. Okay, so if it supports virtualization, let us say you have purchased a CPU which supports virtualization, but we need to enable it. Okay, virtualization technology should be enabled on your computer. So we will do virtualization for our lab. So we are going to perform the virtualization for our lab soon. And how to verify whether the CPU is supporting the virtualization or not, whether the virtualization is enabled or not. Again, you will right click, then you will select this task manager, then you will go to performance. Under performance, you will see virtualization is enabled here. Okay, it is supporting virtualization and virtualization is enabled. So most of the latest CPUs, they support virtualization. Okay, now guys, we need to check the core. You might have heard this terminology called core. Okay, my CPU is quad core, octa core, deca core, etc. So let us try to understand what is this core. A CPU core is CPU's chip. You can see this is the CPU. On this CPU, one chip is embedded. This chip is called as core. And in olden days, every processor had just one core, and that could focus on one task at a time. So let us say you have multiple tasks. You want to play some video, you want to open one application, you want to play the audio as well. So this one core has to process all the tasks. So what it will do, it will process one task. Let us say it will process the video first. After processing the video, it will process the files, then it will process the audio. So it will make the system very slow. So in olden days, every processor had just one core that could focus on one task at a time. And today's CPU have more than one core, each of which can perform different tasks. You can see this is the CPU. On the CPU, we have two cores. So one core, it will deal with the videos, the other core will deal with the files. Okay, the task is divided here and it will make the process very faster. So guys, PC support up to 10 cores. PCs can have 10 chips on the processor, and servers support up to 32 cores. And it is very expensive, and you will get good performance if you have more cores. So as we have discussed, PC support 8 to 10 cores and server supports up to 32 cores. You can see this cores, and it is very expensive, but you will get the good performance. So I think this slide is repeated. And let us try to understand what is the meaning of dual core. Dual core means two cores, which means you are giving the one task to two persons, and these two persons will perform the same task, which will make your process very fast. Quad core means four cores. You are providing the task to four people here. And octa core means 8 cores. Deca core means 10 cores. And we have a concept called hyper-threading. What is this hyper-threading? Hyper-threading is a process by which CPU divides up a physical cores into virtual cores. So you will have one chip. Okay. And this is the physical core. What the CPU will do, it will divide one task into virtual cores. Let us say you want to execute one file. So these two cores will divide the task and they will perform they will execute this file together. Okay, so it is a hyperthreading is a process by which CPU divides a bit's physical cores into virtual cores that are treated as they are actually physical cores by the operating system. Operating system will consider these virtual cores as physical cores. And deca cores means 10 cores. And guys, we have a concept called core i3. You might have heard this concept. What is the meaning of i3 here? Okay, i3 means it is a dual core. It is having two cores and it supports hyper threading. So this chip is having, the processor is having two cores or two chips, and it supports the hyper threading as well, which means it will have the two virtual cores, which makes it quad core. You will get 4 cores here in i3. Then we have i5. Okay, so what is this i5? If you are purchasing the laptop, you will get the dual core and it supports hyper threading and you will get quad core. If you are purchasing the processor for desktop, you will get the quad core, which means you will get the 4 physical chips. Then we have i7. If you are purchasing the laptop, you will get dual core or quad core. Plus you will get the hyper threading. Whereas you are purchasing the processor, i7 processor for desktop, you can get quad core or octa core with hyper threading. Then guys, we need to check the generation as well. So you might have heard that this CPU is 10th generation CPU. This CPU is 7th generation CPU. Let us try to understand how this generation is calculated. This generation is based on the transistor, size of the transistor. Okay, so small transistors means the latest generation. So when the companies reduces the size of the transistor on CPU, the generation changes. Okay, so small transistors saves the battery or power, and previously we had 28 nanometer transistors. Nowadays it is 14 nanometer transistor. So the size of the transistor decides the generation. It has nothing to do with the performance of your computer. It is it is for the saving the power or battery. Okay, so how will you identify the generation of your CPU if it is installed on your computer? Okay, you will right click this PC, and if you see this Y here, which means it is a 5th generation processor. Let me show you. So this is the processor, and here if you see, I have 7th generation processor. Who manufactures this processor? So we have so many manufacturers, but the famous manufacturers of processors are Intel and AMD. AMD stands for Advanced Micro Devices, and they manufacture the client and server processors. Client processor, client with the processor which are used for PCs. Okay, so the client processors, if you are purchasing Intel processor, you will get like Core i3, Core i7, Core i5. If you are purchasing the AMD processor, you will get Ryzen processor. These processors are used to install on PCs. Then we have server processors. So if you are purchasing the Intel processor for server, Intel calls it as Xeon processor, whereas AMD calls it as Opteron processor. So these two processors, Xeon and Optron processors are for servers. In this section, we will discuss about motherboard. So a motherboard is also called as mainboard. This is a motherboard. Okay, and it is also called as mainboard. And it is a circuit board where we connect the other components like CPU. Okay, we connect the CPU here. RAM, we connect the RAM here. Hard disk. Okay, so we have some sockets here to connect the hard disk, and we connect the keyboard here, mouse, LAN card, etc. So it is used to connect the computer components. So it allows the communication between components like CPU, RAM, hard disk, keyboard, mouse, LAN card, etc. So this motherboard allows the communication between the computer components. You will connect all the components to the motherboard, and it will allow excuse me, and it will allow the communication. So there are two types of motherboards. One is client motherboard, which is used for PCs, and we have server motherboard, which is used for servers. So client motherboard, it has, if you see, this is the example of client motherboard, and if you observe here, we have only one socket to connect the CPU, which means we can connect only one CPU here. We can connect only one processor. So it has one processor socket. We can't run this device 24/7. Okay, and it is not suitable for servers. It is suitable for PCs. We can't run the computers 24/7 with this motherboard. Let us see the server motherboard type 1. So in server motherboard also we have two types. So this is type 1 server, which is having 4 processor sockets. You can see here, we can connect 4 processors to this motherboard, and each socket will have 8 RAMs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we can run heavy applications like Oracle and SAP. We can do the multitasking, and we can run the devices 24/7. It is having 4 processor. It is having multiple sockets for RAMs. Okay, so we can run this server 24/7. And we have server motherboard type 2, and if you see here, it is having 2 sockets to connect the CPUs. We can connect 2 CPUs, 2 processors to this motherboard, and it is useful for limited hours only. We can't use the computer which is having this motherboard for 24/7. So let us say your organization runs only for 12 hours. So you should go for this motherboard. In this section, we will discuss about one more computer component, which is storage. So storage is used to store the data. There are two types of storage, primary and secondary. What is primary storage? The storage is provided by memory in a computer system. So the storage which you will get using by RAM or ROM, it is called as primary storage. And what is secondary storage? The storage is provided by peripheral devices other than RAM and ROM. So the storage which you get other than RAM and ROM, like hard disk drive, USB drive, they are called as secondary storage. So as we have discussed, the primary storage, we have two types, RAM and ROM. So let us discuss the difference between RAM and ROM. So with RAM, if you see the data retention, RAM is a volatile memory which could store the data as long as the power is supplied. So it is a volatile memory. Volatile memory means it will save the data temporarily. When the power is off, the data will be deleted from RAM. Okay, that is why it is called as volatile memory. Whereas ROM is a non-volatile memory which could retain the data even when the power is turned off. So even after the power is off, the data in ROM, it will be saved. And the working type data stored in RAM can be retrieved and altered. So the data which is stored in RAM, we can retrieve and we can change the data. Whereas the data which is stored in ROM can only be read. So we can read the data in ROM. And what is the use of RAM? It is used to store the data that has to be currently processed by CPU. So that it will have the data which should be processed by CPU. Whereas it stores the data instruction required during the bootstrap of computer. So it has the data which required during the boot up, okay, power on the computer. And the speed, it is faster than ROM, and ROM is very slower. And the CPU can access the data stored in it. So whatever the data is stored in RAM, it can be accessed by CPU. Whereas whatever the data is stored on ROM, it can't be accessed by CPU. We have different types of RAM available. RAM is available in different types. Example DDR, DDR2, DDR3 and DDR4. So this DDR version like DDR2, DDR3, DDR4, this DDR version depends on the the size of chip size. Okay, if you see here, we have multiple RAMs: DDR, DDR2, DDR3, DDR4, and each RAM is having the chip. So DDR is having the bigger chips, DDR2 is having smaller than DDR, DDR3 having the chips which are smaller than DDR2, DDR4, these chips are smaller than DDR3. So this version depends on the chip size. So DDR2 has bigger chip, this DDR2, it is having the bigger chips than DDR3, whereas it is smaller than DDR1. And DDR4 has smallest chip, you can see here, and this DDR4 is faster than all the versions and it consumes less power. Okay, so DDR1 RAM has 184 pins. If you see these pins, it is having 184 pins which consumes 2.5 volts of electricity. Whereas DDR2 RAM has 240 pins and it consumes 1.8 volts of electricity. DDR3 RAM has 240 pins which consumes 1.5 volts. DDR4 RAM has 288 pins and it consumes 1.2 volts. So different RAM type has notch at different place. So guys, if you observe here, the notch, this is called as notch. So this DDR1, DDR2, DDR3, DDR4, they have notch at different places. Let me take you back. If you see here, DDR is having the notch here, DDR2 is having the notch here, DDR3 it is having the notch here, whereas DDR4 is having the notch here. Okay, so each RAM has notch at different place. All RAM types can't be installed on the same slot. So you can see it is having the notch at different place and you can't install all the RAMs on the same slot. slot should be compatible with RAM. So it was about the primary storage. Let us discuss about the secondary storage. So we have some examples of secondary storage like magnetic storage device. Under this magnetic storage device, we have hard disk, tape drives. Then we have optical storage devices like CD, DVD, BRD. Then we have flash storage devices like pen drive, memory card, and SSD. These are the examples of secondary storage. Let us discuss about the hard disk. So hard disk, this is the picture of hard disk, and it saves the data permanently, unlike RAM. So if you power off the computer, the data will be there. It will not be deleted. And it stores the operating system as well. It stores the data and it stores the operating system as well. And the storage capacity of this hard disk is 5 TB plus. Okay, you can see this hard disk is having the capacity of 10 TB. Then we have tape drive under this magnetic storage. This is the tape drive. It is used for backup, and the storage capacity is up to 580 TB of this tape drive. So they are used for backup. And under this optical storage, in the optical storage devices, all read and read activities are performed by lab. So these are the examples of optical storage. And in optical storage, the data is read and read by the light. And we have the example of this optical storage like CD, DVD, and Blu-ray. CD stands for compact disc, and the storage capacity is 700 MB. DVD stands for digital versatile disc, and the storage capacity is from 4.7 GB to 8.5 GB. BRD stands for Blu-ray disc, and the storage capacity is from 25 GB to 50 GB. These are the optical storage, which comes under the secondary storage. Then we have flash storage. This flash storage is a solid state technology. What is solid state technology? It uses the flash memory chip. This technology uses the flash memory chip to save the data. Okay, for writing and storing the data, it uses the flash memory chip. It is called as solid state technology, and flash storage is very fast. So USB flash drive, memory cards, SSD drives are the examples of flash storage. These are the examples of flash storage, which means they use the flash storage technology, solid storage technology. So this USB flash drive stores the data up to from 4 GB to 2 TB, and these memory cards, the storage capacity is from 2 GB to 256 GB and more. And we have SSD as well, which stands for solid state drive. This solid state drive also uses the flash memory to save the data. If you open this SSD, you will find the flash memory. You will find the chips here to store the data. So it also functions as secondary storage in the hierarchy of computer storage. So this SSD is also a secondary storage like HDD, hard disk drive. So guys, let us see the difference between hard disk drive and SSD. We'll see the difference between HDD and SSD. Okay, it is SSD. And the first difference is HDD is a 50 years old technology. It is a very old technology, whereas SSD is a new technology. HDD has movable parts like platter, makes it delicate. So this is the HDD. Okay, if you open, it looks like this, and it has the platter, and it will save the data on this platter. Okay, and it is having the movable parts, you can see, and the data is read by this needle. So these parts are movable, which makes hard disk drive very delicate. Okay, and the data is saved on platter and it is read by needle. Whereas SSD has no moving parts. It has memory chips to save the data, and it is very durable as well. And this HDD, it is very cheap, whereas SSD, it is very expensive when compared to HDD. And the size of this HDD is big, whereas the size of this SSD is small. And HDD is slower than SSD. Okay, it is very slow, whereas SSD is very fast. And we have one more computer component, which is called as SMPS. SMPS stands for switch mode power supply. Okay, so when you open the computer, you will find this box. This is your SMPS, and it is used to supply the power to the computer. It will supply the power to the components of your computer, and it provides DC voltage to all system components, and it is having a fan. So power supply fan is used to keep SMPS fresh. So it will make the SMPS fresh. So these are the computer components. So guys, we will see what is network and networking. So as a system administrator, our responsibility is to manage the client and servers, okay, connected to the network. So what is this network? Let us try to understand. Network, it is an interconnection of two or more devices to share the information and resources. For example, files and printers. So in this example, we have 6 computers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 PCs, and one server is there and one printer is there. Okay, and these devices are connected in a network, and let us say this server is having some files. Okay, and PC1, PC2, PC3, PC4, PC5 and PC6, if they want these files, they can access these files from server. Okay, if they are connected to network. If they are not connected to the network, let us try to understand what will happen. So imagine we have 4 computers. PC1, PC2, PC3 and PC4. And these 4 computers are standalone, which means they are not connected to network. PC1 is having some files, and PC2, PC3, PC4, they need these files. So what they will do, users which are using these PCs, they will have the external storage, okay, like external hard disk or external USB. They will take this external storage to this PC1. They will connect it to PC1 and they will copy and paste the files to the external storage. And again, they will connect this external storage to their PCs and they will copy the files from external storage to their PCs. Okay. So again, the same thing is done by PC3 and PC4 as well. So here we are taking the example of only 4 computers. In real networks, we have hundreds of computers. So imagine if all the 100 computers, they need these files, what will happen? Okay. So all these users, they will come to this PC and they will connect their external devices to this PC and they will copy and paste the files. And again, they will connect this external device to their computers and they will copy and paste the files. So it will take a lot of time, okay, and it will disturb this PC1 as well. So what you will do, you will connect these computers in a network and these PCs can access these files, okay, or users which are using these PCs can access these files by sitting on their PCs. They don't need to go to the computer, to this PC1. Okay, this is the first problem if you don't have any network. And let us say this PC1 is having printer connected. Again, this PC1 can print the document very easily because it is this printer is connected to PC1. But PC2, PC3, PC4, if they want to print the documents, so what you need to do, you need to take this printer from PC1 and you will connect this printer to PC2, then PC3, then PC4. Again, we have only 4 computers in this example. In real time, in real network, we have hundreds of computers. Okay, it will be very difficult for you to take this printer and connect it to all the hundreds of devices. So what is the first solution? The first solution is you need to purchase the printer for each and every computer. Okay, if you have hundreds of computers, you will connect the printer for each and every computer. Okay, you need to spend a lot. So instead of purchasing the printer for each and every computer, again you will connect these computers to a network. These computers will be connected to the network and you will connect this printer to the network. Okay, and PC1, PC2, PC3, PC4, they all can print, okay, from the network. They don't need to connect this printer to their computers, okay. So this is the advantage of connecting the devices into a network. So network is an interconnection of 2 or more devices to share the information. Information is nothing but the sharing the files, and the resources. Resources nothing but your printer. And what is networking? Networking communication of 2 devices in the network is called as networking. If you make the communication between 2 devices in the network, it is called as networking. So guys, we have different types of network. We have LAN, which stands for local area network. We have MAN, metropolitan area network. We have WAN, wide area network, PAN, personal area network, and we have CAN, campus area network. So let us discuss about different types of networks one by one in detail. We'll see what is LAN first. Is a collection of devices connected together in one physical location, such as office or building. So in LAN, what you will do, you will connect the devices, you will form your network on one location. Okay, as the name suggests, local area network, which means you are going to connect the devices locally. You are going to connect the devices on one place. It can be a small office with 10 to 15 computers, or it can be a building with 100 to 500 computers. But the condition to form a LAN, they should be in the same location. So in this example, we have 6 computers, 1 printer, 1 server. They are all connected in the same location and they are forming the LAN here. local area network. Okay, so remember one point, devices should be connected in the same location, then it is called as local area network or LAN. Then we have MAN. Then we have MAN. MAN stands for Metropolitan Area Network. So as the name suggests, metropolitan, it is talking about the city limits here. So guys, imagine you have two LANs in the same city. So you have two computers here. Let us take the example of two computers. And these two computers are connected with switch. And they are forming one LAN. Let us say it is LAN 1 in Hyderabad. You have one more branch office in Hyderabad. Okay, this is the head office, and let us say there is a branch office as well. In the branch office also you have LAN. Let us say it is LAN 2. Okay, so when you connect the LANs in the same city, it is called as metropolitan area network. So in this example, you can see here, we have LAN 1, LAN 2, LAN 3, LAN 4. All these LANs are there in the same city. Let us say it is Hyderabad, and they are connected with each other, and they are forming the MAN here, metropolitan area network. Okay, so MAN is the interconnection of two or more LANs in the same city, and the range is from 50 to 100 kilometers of metropolitan area network. Then we have one more network which is called as WAN, and which stands for wide area network. So wide area network is a collection of local area networks over a great geographical distance. So let us try to understand what is this WAN here. So guys, in this example, we have one Hyderabad LAN with 3 computers, 1 server and 1 IP phone. They are all connected in a LAN here. Okay, so this is your Hyderabad LAN. And we have one more LAN in Bangalore with 3 computers, 1 IP phone and 1 server. Also, these devices are also connected in the same location, and they are forming the Bangalore LAN. And our requirement is to make the communication between these two different LANs, okay, which are very far from each other. So what you will do, you will connect these two different LANs using the WAN link. Okay, so WAN is a collection of local area networks over a great geographical distance. A WAN is essentially a network of networks, okay, and with the internet, the world's largest WAN. So internet is also an example of WAN. Okay, but internet is a public WAN, and anyone can connect to the internet. Okay, and internet is a network. It is a big network of a smaller network. So what is the definition of internet? It is a network of networks. Okay. And guys, we have one more network which is called as CAN. A CAN is a computer network made up of an interconnection of local area networks which are fairly close to each other in multiple buildings. So guys, you might have visited any university. So in universities, you will see multiple buildings which are fairly close to each other. Okay, these are the buildings which are fairly close to each other, and each building is having LAN, and this CAN, campus area network, connects all these LANs. Okay, so a CAN is a computer network made up of an interconnection of local area networks which are fairly close to each other in multiple buildings. So CAN is larger than LAN but smaller than MAN, which covers the area up to 5 kilometers. It is also called as campus network and corporate area network. It is typically seen in universities and corporates. So in this example, if you see, we have an academic building. This academic building is connected with building 1, building 2, building 3, which are fairly close to each other. It is connected with a hostel zone and residential zone. So students sitting in the hostel zone, they can access the library, and students sitting in the residential zone, they can access the library and they can access the internet as well. Okay, so then we have one more network which is called as personal area network or PAN. So PAN is a computer network for interconnecting the electronic devices within an individual personal workspace. So PAN is nothing but the connectivity of your personal devices. Okay, if you connect your personal devices, it is called as personal area network, and the range of this PAN is 10-meter maximum. Okay, where you will connect your personal devices like smartphone, tablets, laptop, desktop, headphones, printers, okay, within the range of 10 meters. So it involves the computer, phone, tablet, printer, PDA, speakers, video game consoles, etc. Okay, so this PAN can be wireless or wired. In our previous sections, we have discussed what is network, what is networking. We have discussed about different types of networks. In this section, we will see the requirements to set up a network. So we need end devices like PCs, servers, printers, IP phones, etc. We need media, guided media, unguided media. We'll see what is this media in our coming videos. We need network interface card. We need network devices like switches, routers, firewalls, access points, etc. We will discuss about these different network devices in detail in our coming videos. And we need IP address and we need operating system to set up a network. What is end device? It is a source or destination device in the network. For example, PC, printer, IP phone, or server. So these are the examples of end devices. We'll see what is media. Media refers to a communication channel which connects the devices in the network and transmit the data from source to destination. There are two types of media, guided media and unguided media. What is guided media? It is also referred as wired media. This guided media is referred as wired media, where we use the cables and signals are transmitted using physical link which provides a high speed and it is very secured as well. So these guided media or cables, they provide the high speed and they are very secured as well. We have some examples of guided media like coaxial cable, UTP cable, fiber optic cable. So this is the coaxial cable. Okay, you might have seen this coaxial cable to connect the television, and we have UTP cable. Okay, this is the UTP cable. Okay, which is used in LAN. Okay, this is also an example of UTP cable. Then we have fiber optic cable. This is the fiber optic cable. Okay, so this coaxial cable, this cable used for connecting the TVs with maximum distance 500 meters. So you will use this cable with maximum 500 meters. If your distance is more than 500 meters, it will start dropping the signal. Then UTP cable, it is used in LAN with maximum distance of 100 meters. So let us say you have some computers and you want to connect these computers to a LAN. So you need a switch. Okay, and to connect these computers to switch, you will use this UTP cable. Okay, this cable is used to connect the devices in a LAN and the distance is maximum 100 meters. If you are selecting the cable more than 100 meters, it will start dropping the signal. And we have fiber optic cable. This is the example of fiber optic cable, and it is used in WAN with maximum distance of 100 kilometers. So we have two different sites here. One site is in Hyderabad, the other side is in Bangalore. And you want to connect these two different sites, you will use this fiber optic cable. Okay, it is used in WAN. Then we have unguided media. Unguided transmission media are methods that allow the transmission of data without the use of cable. Okay, so you have some wireless devices like wireless station 1, wireless station 2, wireless station 3, wireless station 4, and you want to make the communication between these wireless devices, you will use the RF signals. Okay, you will have an access point. Using this access point, you will connect these wireless devices and they will start communicating with each other, and it is called as unguided media. And the best example of this unguided media is your Wi-Fi. Then we need network interface card or NIC. Okay, so this is the NIC, network interface card, okay, which is connected to your laptop or your desktop. So we need this NIC as well to connect it to the network. Then you will connect the UTP cable to this NIC card. Okay, and this NIC card, also known as network adapter or LAN card, it is a piece of computer hardware used for connecting a computer to network. So you will use this NIC card to connect the computer to the network, either through cables or wirelessly. So we have wireless, so NIC cards for wired network, we have NIC card for wireless network. So these examples, if you see, these examples are of wired NIC card, and we have this wireless NIC card, which will generate the RF signals to connect the devices. And guys, let us try to understand what is this MAC address. Okay, so MAC addresses are unique 48-bit hardware number of computer, which is embedded in the NIC card. Okay, when the manufacturer manufactures the NIC card, they embed one hardware number, which is called as MAC address. If you see, okay, this is our NIC card and it is having one number here. It is called as MAC address. So each NIC card has the MAC address and it is a 48 bits hardware number. So MAC address is also known as physical address of the network device, and we can allow and deny the device based on the MAC address. So what is the use of this MAC address? Okay, why the NIC cards are having this MAC address? So first thing, it is used to recognize the device. It is used to recognize the LAN card. Why we are recognizing the the LAN card? Let us say in your LAN, in your home network, in your wireless router, you don't want others. Okay, let us say you don't want your friend to connect to your network. So what you will do, you will take the MAC address. Okay, first you will join it. Okay, from the access point, what you will do, you will take this MAC address and you will block this MAC address. So when your friend tries to connect, the access point will check the MAC address. It is blocked, so it will not allow him. So based on the MAC address, you can allow the devices. You can deny the devices. And ISP allows the MAC addresses when we pay, and they deny the MAC address when the pack is expired. So ISPs, how they allow you to access the network? So they allow your MAC address in their network, so you will access the internet. When you do not pay to them, what they will do, they will block the MAC address. Okay, so this is the MAC address, and guys, we will see the network devices. So in network devices, we have switch. Okay, let us try to understand what is the use of switch. Switch connects the end devices to share the information and resources in the LAN. So guys, imagine you have some computers. Here in this example, we have PC1, PC2, PC3, PC4, PC5. And we want to connect these 5 computers to a LAN, then we need a switch. You will bring one switch and you will connect all these computers to a LAN. So without switch, we can't imagine the LAN. To connect the devices in a LAN, we need a switch. This is a picture of switch, okay? And if you see these holes are called as interfaces or ports, okay? And you will connect your computers using this UTP cable. One end will be connected to this port, the other end will be connected to the PC. Then we have one more device which is called as access point or wireless access point. So like switch, it also connect the end devices to share the information and resources, but using RF signals. So this access point also connects the devices in your LAN, but it doesn't use the cables to connect the end devices. It uses the RF signal. Okay, so this is the photo of access point. So you will get the access point in many forms. You will see this access point. Okay, so if you see in this example, we have some wireless devices. Okay, and if you want to connect these wireless devices to a LAN, we need a access point. Using this access point only, these end devices will be connected to your LAN. Okay, and it will give you the Wi-Fi connectivity. So it can cover 10 to 1000 meters area. It is similar to switch, but it uses the RF signal. And we have one more device which is called as WLC, wireless LAN controller. Let us try to understand what is the use of this wireless LAN controller. It provides the centralized management of all the access points in the network. So you might have visited any airport or shopping mall. Okay, so these airports and shopping malls, they cover very large area, and one access point is not enough to cover the complete area of airport or shopping mall. So we install hundreds of access points to cover the complete area. That is why wherever you go, you will get the Wi-Fi connectivity. Okay, because we have installed hundreds of access points. So when we have installed the hundreds of access points, we need to manage them. Let us say we want to upgrade the firmware of all the hundreds of access points. So how will you upgrade the firmware? You will access each and every access point individually and you will upgrade it. If you want to do some configuration, you want to configure some policies on all the hundreds of access points. Again, you will have to access all the hundreds of access points and you will configure the policy. So it is a very tedious task and it is a very time consuming process to access individually. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so we have hundreds of access points, and if you manage them individually, it will take a lot of time and there is an administrative overhead. So instead of managing each and every access point individually, what you will do, you will connect all the access point to WLC. From this WLC, you can manage them centrally. So WLC, it provides the centralized management of all the access points in the network. Makes it easier to manage the multiple access points from a central point. Okay, so we have some pictures of this WLC, and we have a router. Okay, so what is the use of router? It is a networking device which allows different networks to communicate. So let us say we have one LAN in Hyderabad with 3 computers, 1 IP phone and 1 server, and we have one more LAN in Bangalore with 3 computers, 1 IP phone and 1 server. And our requirement is to make these 2 different LANs communicate. So how will you make them communicate? You need a router. You will connect You will purchase two routers. One router is for Hyderabad, the other router is for Bangalore. And you will connect the router to your LAN. Let us say this is the Hyderabad router and it will be connected to the Hyderabad LAN. This is the Bangalore router and it will be connected to the Bangalore LAN. Then you will connect this to Hyderabad and Bangalore LAN using MAN link. And you will do some configuration on these two routers, and these two different networks will start communicating with each other. So if you want to make the communication between two different networks, we need a router. Okay, it is a networking device which allows different networks to communicate. So it will make the communication between two different LANs, two WANs, and LAN with internet as well. So let us say you have some computers, and if you want to connect these two computers to a LAN, so we need a switch. And let us say we need to provide the internet access to these computers. Then we need a router. Okay, so internet is also a network. Okay, and your LAN is also a network. So to make the communication between these two different networks, we need a router. And called as firewall. So firewall is a network security system that controls network traffic based on security rules you configured on it. So basically, this firewall is used to secure your network. Okay, let us take one example to understand the firewall. So guys, we have some computers and we have, let us say, two servers in our LAN. This server is a web server. The other server is finance server. And this finance server is very confidential server, and web server, through this web server, you promote your products. So your customers visit this website and they purchase the product from this website. Okay, they are all connected to switch. And these devices need internet. Our second requirement is to provide the internet access to these devices. So we will connect the router. We'll connect the router and we provide the internet connectivity to these devices. So as we have discussed, internet is a public WAN. Anyone can connect to it. Let us say the attacker is connected to internet and he wants to attack your finance server. So he is already connected to internet. So from router, he will access your finance server. So to avoid this attack, what you will do, you will configure a firewall between this router and switch. Okay, again, it is an attacker. It is an attacker and he wants to attack this finance server. So from router, he wants to attack the finance server. The request will go to the firewall. Firewall will see that the request is coming from outside. The request is coming from internet and he wants to access the LAN. This is your LAN. Okay, and he wants to access the LAN. So firewall will drop the request. It will not allow the outsider to access the LAN. This is how this firewall secures your network. And guys, firewall is having 3 zones. So guys, firewall is having 3 zones. First is trusted zone. Second is untrusted zone. Third is DMZ. So what is trusted zone or trusted network? Your LAN. Your LAN is your trusted zone because this is your network and you trust it. That is why it is called as trusted zone. And internet is an untrusted zone. Why it is called as untrusted zone? Because it is a public WAN and anyone can connect to it. We don't know who is an attacker and who is a normal user. So internet is called as untrusted zone. And what is the use of this firewall? The Firewall is used to secure your trusted zone from untrusted zone. Okay. And what this firewall will do, it will not allow the users from untrusted zone to access the devices in trusted zone. So here attacker wants to access the finance server. This firewall is not allowing because attacker is in the untrusted zone and he wants to access trusted zone. In the trusted zone, in our LAN, we have one web server. As we have discussed, it is used to promote our website, okay, our products. So let us say a genuine user is connected to internet and he wants to access this website and he wants to purchase something. So again, the request will go to router. From router, the request will go to the firewall. Firewall will see that the request is coming from untrusted zone and he wants to access the server which is in trusted zone. The firewall will drop the request. So guys, is it good not to allow our customers to access the website? No. Okay, it is not good, right? So what we will do, the servers which should be accessed from untrusted zone, we will move them to DMZ. So we will not install the server which should be accessed from outside in our LAN, in our trusted zone. We will move this server from trusted zone to DMZ. This is your DMZ and this is your web server. Now user can access this website. The request will go to router. From router, the request will go to firewall. Firewall will see that the request is coming from untrusted zone and he wants to access a device which is in DMZ. So it will allow it. Okay, so this is the use of DMZ. We install the devices which should be accessed from outside in DMZ. In our trusted zone, we install the devices which should not be accessed from outside. So this is the use of firewall. Okay, so the main scope is to control the traffic coming from untrusted zone. Then guys, we have IP phones. IP phone uses voice over IP for making calls over an IP network. So what is this IP network? The network which we have been discussing, it is the IP network. Okay, yeah, Hyderabad LAN, Bangalore LAN, and they are connecting with each other using this routers. Okay, it is your IP network. So previously guys, we used to have a separate network for calling and separate network for data transfer. For calling, we used to have PSTN, public switched telephone network, and for transferring the data, we used to have IP network. Now we can make the calls over the IP network, okay, using this IP phones. So this is the IP phone here, okay, and you can make the calls. You will connect the IP phone and you will do some configuration, and you can make the calls over the IP network using this IP phone. So these are some pictures of IP phone, okay, and we use the same UTP cable. Okay, the UTP cable is used to connect the computers. So the UTP cable we can use to connect the IP phones as well. We don't need a separate cable.
And guys, we have this broadband wireless router. So you might have seen this device in your home to connect to network via Wi-Fi. Okay, so let us try to understand what is the use of this device. Is it a switch? Is it a router, access point, or DHCP server? Let us try to understand. So we'll take one scenario. So let us say guys, you have 4 computers. You have a very smaller network with 4 computers. And you want to connect these 4 computers to a LAN. So which device we need to connect the devices to you? So we need a switch. This is our first requirement to connect the devices to your LAN. So we will purchase a dedicated switch. Now, after connecting your devices to a LAN, our requirement is to provide the internet access to these 4 computers. So guys, which device we need for internet access?
Router.
We need a router. Then you will contact the service provider. He will provide the internet access. And our third requirement is to allow your wireless devices to connect to your network. Let us say you have some smartphones, laptops, tablets, and you want these wireless devices connected to your network. So to connect the wireless devices, which device we need?
Access point.
We need an access point. Very good. So this access point allows your wireless devices to connect to your network. Now guys, let us say your fourth requirement is to provide the IP addresses automatically. Guys, you need the IP address to connect to network, to connect to internet. Okay, you need the IP address. And your fourth requirement is to provide the IP address to your end devices automatically. So we need DHCP server. DHCP server, what it will do, it will provide the IP addresses automatically to the end devices. So we can either configure the DHCP on this router, or you need to purchase a dedicated server. Let us say we have purchased a dedicated server and we make this DHCP server, we make this server as DHCP server. So guys, our network is very smaller, let us say from 4 to 15 computers. 4 to 15 computers are there in our network. And for this smaller network, we have purchased switch, we have purchased dedicated router, we have purchased dedicated access point, we have purchased one dedicated server for DHCP. So guys, it is not an ideal solution, it is not a good solution to purchase the dedicated devices for a smaller network from 4 to 15 computers. Instead of purchasing the dedicated devices, what you will do, you will purchase this wireless router. Okay, so instead of purchasing the dedicated devices, you will purchase this wireless router. And this is the picture of this wireless router. So our first requirement was to connect 4 computers to LAN. So if you see, this device is having 4 port switch. So you will connect 4 computers to this switch. And our second requirement was to provide the internet access to this computer. So it is having one port, okay, and it is an internet port. So you will contact the service provider. Service provider will connect its cable to this adapter. So this device is acting as a switch and it is acting as a router as well. And our third requirement was to provide the connectivity to your wireless devices. So guys, if you see, this device is having some antennas which generates the RF signal to connect your wireless devices. So this device is acting as an access point as well. And our fourth requirement was to provide the IP addresses to the end devices automatically. Okay, so the same device, it will provide the IP addresses to your end devices automatically. Guys, have you ever configured the IP addresses on your mobile phone, smartphone to access the internet? Have you ever configured? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you need the IP address. Your device required the IP address to access the internet. You haven't configured it. So from where it is getting the IP address? The wireless router. The device which is installed in your home, which provides the IP address automatically to your smartphones. Using that IP address, your smartphone will access the internet. So this device is acting as a switch, router, access point, and DHCP server. It is a 4-in-1 device, guys, and it is suitable for the smaller network.
So we'll see what is operating system. Okay, so to run any device like personal computer, server, mobile phone, we need operating system. Okay, for servers, we need Windows servers operating system, and we can use the Linux operating system. Okay, for mobile phones, we use Android operating system. Okay, so we use this operating system, different operating system, and what is an operating system? Let us try to understand. Okay, we use different operating system for different devices, but what is the use? Let us try to understand what is this operating system. It is a software that acts as a mediator between computer and between computer hardware and user. So this is your computer, and let us say this is the user, and this user wants to do something on computer. Let us say he wants to calculate what is 2 plus 2. Okay, so user can't directly communicate with the hardware of the computer because the hardware understands only binary language, which is zeros and ones. Okay, and we don't understand what is zeros and ones, so we need something which translate our language into computer's language. We need operating system here. So it is a software that acts as a mediator between computer hardware and user, and computer hardware understand only binary language, which is zeros and ones, and operating system translates the user instruction into binary numbers and conveys it to hardware. So the request will go to operating system. Operating system will translate your instruction into binary number and it will convey it to the computer. Okay, because computer understands only zeros and ones. This is the mediator, and we have different types of operating systems. Operating systems are divided into two categories. One is client operating system, the other one is server operating system. Let us try to understand the difference between these two operating systems. Client operating system, it is installed on client machines like desktop and laptop. So you will install this client operating system on laptop and desktop, or you can say you will install it on your PCs, personal computers. And what is the use of this client operating system? It is used to obtain the services from server. This client operating system will obtain the services from the server operating system. And we have some examples of client operating system like Windows XP, Windows Vista, Windows 7, Windows 8 and Windows 10, and nowadays we have Windows 11 as well. Okay, so these are the examples of client operating system. And we have server operating system. It is designed to be used on servers. So guys, we have these different hardware servers: tower server, blade server, rack server. So all these servers required operating system. So this server operating system is designed to be installed on these hardware servers. It is designed to be used on servers. It is used to provide the services to multiple clients. So what this server operating system does, it provides the services to client operating system. Okay, and it can serve multiple clients at a time, and it is very advanced operating system. Let us say you have installed a web server. We have installed the server operating system and you have installed this server as web server. Okay, so multiple clients can access this website. Okay, so it is designed, it can serve the multiple clients at a time, and it is very advanced operating system. This is the difference between client operating system and server operating system. We have some server operating system examples like Windows NT 3.1, Windows NT 3.5, Windows NT 4.0, Windows NT 5.0, and later it was renamed as Windows Server 2000. Then we have Windows .NET Server. Again, later it was renamed as Windows Server 2003. Then we have Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, Windows Server 2019, and Windows Server 2022. This is the latest version. And NT stands for new technology, and till Windows NT 4.0, till here, operating systems were developed in C language. After that, from Windows Server 2000, okay, from here, the operating systems are developed using .NET technology. Windows Server 2022 has 3 editions. First is Essential Edition, Standard Edition, and Data Center Edition. What is Essential Edition? The license is limited to 25 user accounts, which means if you are using Essential Editions, you can create only 25 users. If you are using Standard Edition, you will get the full Windows Server functionality and you can create only 2 virtual machines. If you are using Data Center Edition, again you will get the full Windows Server functionalities. You can create unlimited users with unlimited virtual machines. In this section, we will discuss the Windows Server 2022 features. The first feature is, it is a 64-bit operating system. So you can see it is a 64-bit operating system. Okay, and if the processor is 32-bit, we can't install Windows Server 2022. So we should have the 64-bit processor to install this Windows Server 2022. And 64-bit operating system is faster than 32-bit operating system because it takes 64-bit input and gives 64-bit output, whereas 32-bit operating system takes 32-bit input and it gives 32-bit output. And it provides the advanced multi-layered security. So the new security capabilities in Windows Server 2022 provides in-depth defense protection against advanced threats. So it is having the capability to fight with the advanced threats. Okay, it is providing the security. And advanced multi-layer security in Windows Server 2022 provides the protection that server needs today. So it supports cloud infrastructure as well. So what does it mean it supports cloud infrastructure? So you can take the backup on cloud. Let us say this is your premises. Okay, premises in the sense the devices installed in your organization, in your company. So this is your premises and you can take the backup on cloud. Okay, from your premises you can take the backup on cloud and you can install the primary server on your premises. So let us say you have 2 servers, one primary, one secondary. If primary goes down, secondary will work. So you can install the primary server on premises and secondary server on cloud. So it supports the cloud infrastructure as well. It is having the hybrid capabilities with Azure. So guys, you can manage your Windows, Linux physical servers and virtual machines hosted outside of Azure. Okay, so let us say Azure, it is a cloud service. If you have installed your servers outside of Azure, let us say you are taking the service of other service provider, that also you can manage with this hybrid capabilities. So you can manage your Windows, Linux physical servers and virtual machines hosted outside of Azure or on your corporate network or other cloud provided using Azure Arc services. So this Windows Server 2022, it is having one Azure Arc service. Using this Azure Arc service, you can manage your devices which is outside of Azure. And storage migration service makes it easier to migrate storage to Windows Server or to Azure. So it is having storage migration service as well, which makes it easy to migrate your storage either to Windows Server or to Azure. And guys, it is having improved server manager. What is this server manager? Server manager is used to add services like DNS, DHCP, file server, etc. So this is your server manager. Using this server manager, we can add the multiple services. So it is improved. It has customized dashboard, which can be used to add the services on the local server and remote server. So guys, in our previous versions like Windows 2008, we can only install the services on the local server. Let us say you have two servers, S1 and S2. If it is Windows Server 2008, you can only install the services like DNS, DHCP, file server on this local server only. You can't install on the remote server. You need to go to this S2. Okay, you need to log on to S2 server and you need to install it manually. Whereas with Windows Server 2022, you can install the services on the remote server as well. Let us say it is a Windows Server 2022, and if you want to install the services on S2 from S1, you can install it. Okay, so it has improved server manager. It has customized dashboard, which can be used to add the services on local and remote server. And Windows Server can be installed as GUI and CLI based, which means it supports both GUI and CLI operating system. If you want to install your Windows operating system as CLI, you can install it. If you want to install the Windows operating system as GUI, graphical user interface, you can install it. So in this example, you can see here, we have Windows Server 2022 standard evaluation. Here nothing is written, which means if you select this option, it will install the CLI operating system. And in the second option, Windows Server 2022 standard evaluation, desktop experience. Desktop experience means if you select this option, it will install the GUI operating system. So it is having both the options. And it supports Active Directory as well. What is this Active Directory? Is a directory service that runs on Microsoft Windows Server, and the main function of Active Directory is to enable the administrators to manage the permissions and control access to users and other objects. So using Active Directory, we can manage the user permissions and other objects. Let us say, guys, you have some computers. So let us say this is the server where you have installed the Active Directory. It is connected with switch. Switch is connected with some computers. So it is PC1, PC2, PC3 and PC4. You are having 4 computers and there are 4 users. User 1, user 2, user 3 and user 4. So user 1 is using PC1 here. User 2 is using PC2. User 3 is using PC3. User 4 is using PC4. So you need to create the username and password locally to access this PC. So user 1 needs the user account in PC1. So administrator will create the username for user 1 in PC1. So user 1 can log on to PC1. User 2 will log on to PC2. User 3 will log on to PC3. User 4 will log on to PC4. Let us say next day, user 1 wants to log on to PC2. So he can't log in because in PC2, user 1 account is not there. So administrator again, he has to create the username and password on PC2. On next day, user 1 wants to access PC3 again. Administrator has to create the user 1 account in PC3 and PC4 as well. So it was about user 1, and user 2 also wants to access all the computers. So user 2 account should be there in all the computers. User 3 account should be there in all the computers. User 4 account should be there in all the computers. Okay. So administrator has to go to each and every computer and he has to create the 4 username and password. So we have taken the example of only 4 PCs here. Let us say you have hundreds of computers and hundreds of users. So administrator has to go to each and every computer and he has to create the 100 users in all the computers, which is a very tedious task. So instead of that, what you will do, you will install the Active Directory. In this Active Directory, you will create user 1, user 2, user 3 and user 4. If this user 1 wants to access the PC1, this PC1 will check the user account in Active Directory. If it is available, then PC1 allow this user 1 to log on. So again, this user 1 can go to PC2 and he can log on. Okay, he will enter his username and password. Again, you don't need to create the username and password on PCs here. We have already created the username and password on Active Directory. So this PC2 will check the username and password in Active Directory whether user 1 is available or not. If it is available, it will allow this user 1 to, okay, user 1 wants to access PC2, it will allow the user 1 to access PC2. So again, user 1 will go to PC3 again. PC3 will check the Active Directory, it is available and it will allow. So this is the use of Active Directory. And let us say you want to restrict this user 1 to only 2 PCs. This user 1 can access PC1 and PC2. He can't access PC3, PC4. So we can allow this user, okay, we can create the policy where this user can access only PC1 and PC2. And let us say user 3, you want this user 3 to access only PC3. You can do it from Active Directory from a central point. You don't need to go to the computers to make the settings. So this is the use of Active Directory, and we'll see the Active Directory in great detail. So Active Directory is a directory service that runs on Microsoft Windows Server, and the main function of Active Directory is to enable the administrator to manage the permissions, control access to users and other objects. And this Active Directory has recycle bin feature as well. Using it, deleted accounts and groups can be restored. Let us say you have created some users, user 1, user 2, user 3 and user 4, and you have deleted user 1 and user 2 by mistake. So it will go to a recycle bin. From recycle bin, you can restore this user 1 and user 2 in few clicks. Then Windows Server 2022 is having Group Policy Management Console as well. What is the use of this Group Policy Management Console? It provides the centralized management of user settings. So group policy controls what users cannot do on a computer. Okay, so you will install the Active Directory, and this Active Directory will have this feature GPMC. From this Group Policy Management Console, the administrator will control users, what they can do, what they can't do on a computer. For example, we can allow or block the USB and DVD drives for users. Okay, we have multiple computers in your network, and your company policy is that users should not connect the USB drive. So you will go to Group Policy Management Console and you will block the USB and DVD drives. Or you can hide the services like control panel, recycle bin on the desktop from a central point using Group Policy Management Control. Or if you want to set the same wallpaper on all the devices in your network, so you don't have to go to each and every device and set the same wallpaper. You can do it from a central point within few clicks. Okay, the next feature, which is disk quota. So using this disk quota feature, we can limit the users to use the hard disk or storage, you can say. Let us say you have some users like user 1, user 2, user 3, user 4. Okay, and you want user 1 to have only 1 GB hard disk. Okay, you don't want to provide the complete hard disk. User 1 can use only 1 GB hard disk. User 2 can use only 2 GB hard disk. User 3 can use only 1 GB hard disk. And user 4 can use only 500 MB hard disk. Okay, so we can limit the users to use the hard disk using this disk quota feature. And it is having one more feature, backup and recovery. So using this backup feature, you can use Windows Server backup feature to backup a full server. You can take the backup of full server, which means all volumes like C, D. Let us say you have multiple volumes on your server, C, D, E. You can take the backup of all the volumes, or you can take the backup of selected volumes. Like you want to take the backup of only C drive, you can do it. Or you can take the backup of a specific file. Let us say you have a file data in C drive. So you can take the backup of this C. So you can take the backup of this data folder, file or folder as well. And in case of disaster, you can recover the data as well. So you can use Windows Server recovery feature to recover full server, which means you can recover all the volumes. You can recover the selected volumes. You can recover the specific files or folders in case of disaster. And DNS server as well. So what is this DNS? DNS stands for domain name system. So what is this DNS? It is a phone book of the internet. Okay. When user type the domain name such as google.com or nytimes.com into web browser, DNS is responsible for finding the correct IP for those sites. Let us try to understand what is this DNS. So imagine guys, this is a Google server and the IP address of this Google server is 1.1.1.1. So we can access this server. You will open the browser and you will type the IP address. You will get the website. So using the website, we can access the web servers. But guys, we have millions of websites all over the internet, and it is not possible for us to remember the IP addresses of these websites. So instead of remembering the IP addresses, what you will do, you will assign the name to these IP addresses. You will map the name with the IP address. Like let us say google.com. The IP address of google.com is 1.1.1.1. It is mapped here. So you will provide this information to DNS server. Okay, DNS server will map google.com with 1.1.1.1. Now you want to access this Google website using the URL, using the name. So you will open the web browser and you will type google.com. So your request will not directly go to google.com. Your request will go to the DNS server. DNS server will check what is the IP address of this google.com. The IP address is 1.1.1.1. Then this DNS server will provide the IP address to your host, 1.1.1.1. Then this host will access this server using this IP address. Okay. Windows Server operating system is having one more feature called IIS, which stands for Internet Information Services. IIS for Windows Server is a flexible, secure, manageable web server for hosting anything on web, from media streaming to web applications. So guys, IIS is a web server for Windows environment. What is web server? If you want to host any website like Microsoft.com, YouTube.com, we need a web server. In Windows environment, we have IIS. We will install IIS or a Windows machine. Then we will host the website. We can host a video website or any web application. It supports different protocols like HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP. Then it supports virtualization as well. So guys, virtualization is a technique that allows a physical machine to run multiple operating systems on a single physical system simultaneously by sharing its hardware. So guys, previously in olden days, we used to have a physical server. On this physical server, we used to install the operating system like Windows Server. On the top of this operating system, you will install the application. Let us say you have 10 applications. So you need 10 physical servers to install these 10 applications. The ratio is 1:1. If you have 100 applications, you need 100 servers. So virtualization has solved this problem. You don't need multiple physical server for multiple applications. What you will do, you will take one physical server and you will install a virtualization software. On the top of this virtualization software, you will create multiple virtual servers here. In this example, you can see we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 virtual machine. On the top of these 6 virtual machines, we have installed the operating systems, and it is having one more feature called Windows Deployment Service. What is the use of this WDS, Windows Deployment Service? It allows an administrator to remotely deploy and install the Windows operating system on computer booting from the network. So guys, let us say you have 100 PCs and you want to, these are the new PCs, and you want to install the Windows 10 operating system on all these 100 computers. So you will have to go to each and every computer and you will install the operating system one by one, and it will take a lot of time. So let us say one PC takes 30 minutes. Okay, so each computer will take 30 minutes and around 3000 minutes you have to spend in installing the operating system on all the computers. So what this WDS will do, when you connect any PC, this is a WDS server. So when you connect any PC, this WDS will install the operating system on all the computers automatically. Okay, so it allows administrator to remotely deploy, install the Windows operating system on computers booting from the network adapter, and which saves your time. So it is having one more feature, DSCP. DSCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay, so it is a network management protocol used on internet protocol, which is IP networks, for automatically assigning the IP address and other communication parameters to device connected to the network using client server architecture. So guys, let us say you have some computers, you have hundreds of computers in your network. You have connected all these devices to a network, and we need to provide the IP address to all the computers. Okay, so you need to go to each and every computer and you will configure the IP address like 172. You are using 172.27.100.0 network. So you will go to each and every computer and you will type 172.27.100.21, 100.22, 100.23, 100.24, and so on. So guys, it will take a lot of time and you may make mistakes as well. So instead of configuring the IP addresses manually on all the computers, what you will do, you will configure the DSCP server, and you will configure this DSCP server, or you will train this DSCP server. You will tell that you should provide the IP addresses to the computers from 172.27.0.100.0 network, and the subnet mask will be 255.255.0.0, and let us say the gateway is 172.27.100.1, and you have the DNS server as well. So 172.27.100.50, let us say this is the DNS server IP address. So you will train this DHCP server to provide the IP addresses to the clients. Let us see the hardware requirement to install the Windows Server 2022 operating system. The processor, we should have minimum one processor with 1.4 gigahertz, and it should be a 64-bit processor, and maximum it supports 64 processors. And if you want to do the virtualization, the processor should support virtualization technology. If you are purchasing Intel, it should be Intel VT. If you are purchasing AMD, it should be AMD V. And memory, if you talk about RAM, minimum you should have 512 MB RAM, which is not recommended. At least you should have 4 GB RAM. 4 GB RAM is recommended to install the operating system, and it supports maximum 4 TB RAM. And hard disk space, you should have at least 10 GB RAM. Again, it is not recommended. You should at least have 80 GB or greater space. We will see how to install the Windows Server operating system. There are multiple ways to install the operating system. So installation can be done by DVD. You will take the Windows Server DVD, you will insert that DVD into the DVD drive of the server, then you will power on the server. Server will detect this DVD and it will install the operating system. We can use the USB flash as well. You will save the operating system files on this USB flash drive. You will make it bootable. You will connect this USB drive to the server and you will power on the server. It will detect this USB drive and it will start installing the operating system. We will see how to install the Windows Server operating system. There are multiple ways to install the operating system. So installation can be done by DVD. You will take the Windows Server DVD, you will insert the DVD into the DVD drive of the server, then you will power on the server. Server will detect this DVD and it will install the operating system. We can use the USB flash as well. You will save the operating system files on this USB flash drive. You will make it bootable. You will connect this USB drive to the server and you will power on the server. It will detect this USB drive and it will start installing the operating system. Or we can use the ISO file to install the operating system. We will download this ISO file from Microsoft site and we will install it, and in our lab we are going to use the ISO file. In this section we will discuss about computer specifications for our lab. So you can have desktop or laptop, and the processor speed of your computer should be minimum 1.4 gigahertz. 2 gigahertz speed is recommended and it should support virtualization. RAM, so your computer should have minimum 6 GB RAM. 8 GB RAM is recommended. Hard disk, so your computer should have 30 GB free space in your hard disk. 50 GB free space is recommended. Operating system, you can use Windows 8 or Windows 10. Windows 10 is recommended. We'll verify the specification of my computer. So we'll go to this PC, right click, then we'll go to more, then we'll go to properties, and here if you see, the processor speed of my computer is 2.4 gigahertz and the RAM size is 32 GB and Windows operating system is Windows 10. If I the hard disk free space, we need to go to this PC, double click on this PC, and if you see here 356 GB free space is available. After that, we'll verify whether my CPU supports virtualization or not. So we'll go to task manager. Under this task manager, we'll go to performance. Under performance, we will see virtualization is enabled here, which means it supports virtualization and virtualization is enabled. In this section, we will see software required for Windows Server 2022 labs. First, we need Windows Server 2022 ISO image, which can be downloaded from Microsoft website. This is the link to download the ISO image. And we need VMware Workstation software as well. So why do we need this VMware Workstation software? To create the virtual server. So guys, we are going to use the virtual servers to install the Windows Server 2022 operating system. These virtual servers are equivalent to the physical server. The functionality of this virtual server is equivalent to the physical servers, and we'll provide these links in our next section. In this section, we'll see how to download the Windows Server ISO image. We'll copy the link and we'll paste this link to this browser. And if you see here, we have got this option, Windows Server 2022 evaluation 180 days. So it is a trial version. You can use this ISO image for 180 days. Then we need to select this download the ISO option. Then we click continue. Then we need to provide the information like first name, last name, company size, job title, work email address, work phone number, country or region. Let us provide this information. Job title, system administrator. Then we'll click continue. Then we need to select the language, English. Then we'll click this download option. If you see here, the downloading is started and the size of this ISO image file is 5.2 GB. It will take a lot of time to download this file. So I have already downloaded this file. We'll cancel this download. Let me show you how the ISO image looks like. So it is already downloaded on my desktop. There is a folder called software. We'll click it. Under this software, we have ISO images. Under ISO images, we have a folder called Windows Server 2022. This is the ISO image of Windows Server 2022. In this section, we'll see how to download VMware Workstation and install it. First, we'll copy this link. Then we'll paste this link here. And it has started the downloading. If you see, 11 minutes are remaining. So we'll wait for the download to be done. So guys, the VMware Workstation is downloaded. We'll install it now. We'll double click on it. It is preparing for the installation. We'll click next. We'll accept the terms in the license agreement. Then we'll click next. We'll click next, 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 install. So it will install the trial version, which is enough for you to practice the labs. So VMware workstation is installed. We'll click finish, and you can see the icon on the desktop. You double click on it. So I want to try VMware workstation 16 for 30 day. Continue, finish. This is the interface of VMware workstation. From here you can create the virtual machine, or you can say you will create the virtual server. Guys, this is the interface of VMware workstation, and here only we will create the virtual servers. After creating the virtual servers, we will see how to install the operating system. So let us create a virtual server or virtual machine. We'll select this first option and we'll go with the recommended setting, which is typical. Then we'll click next, and you will get three options here: installer disk image file, and I will install the operating system later. So you will select the third option, I will install the operating system later. We will create the virtual machine first, then we'll install the operating system. This is the meaning of this third option. Then we'll click next, and we are going to install the Windows operating system. Okay, so Microsoft Windows. And what is the version we are going to install? We are going to install Windows Server 2022. Okay, and this VMware workstation, they have not updated their software. Okay, they have this option till Windows Server 2019. So we will select the latest version available on this workstation, but we will install Windows Server 2022 only. Okay, so you will select this option here, then we'll click next, and we will provide the path to this virtual machine. Where do you want to save this virtual machine? On your computer, on your local computer. So we'll go to C, we'll create one folder, new folder, and MCSE 7 PM batch. So we will save the virtual machines on this folder. Okay, under this folder we will create one more folder, and we'll provide the name to this folder as server-01. Okay, under this server-01, we are going to save the files of this virtual machine. Okay, and the name should be appeared here. Okay, it is showing new folder. Now it is showing server1. Then we'll click OK. Then we'll click next. So we can provide the name to this virtual machine as well. So let us provide any meaningful name again. We'll provide the name as server-01. Then we'll click next, and the hard disk, it is selected 60 GB by default. Let us give 100 GB, and we will select the almost the default setting. We'll go with the default setting, split virtual disk into multiple files. Then we'll click next, and here you will give you the information about what you have selected, like name server-01, and where you are going to save this virtual machine, virtual server. This is the path. Okay, and what is the version of this workstation, 16.x, and which operating system we are going to install. It is showing 2019, but we are going to install 2022 because it doesn't have the option 2022 here. We have selected the latest one, and hard disk space is 100 GB and memory is 2 GB. Okay, so you will get this information, and you will click OK, finish. You will click finish, and your virtual machine is created. You will get the virtual machine here, server-1. Now guys, and your virtual machine is created. You will get the virtual machine here, server-1. Now guys, we have the virtual machine. Let us say in real environment, we have the physical server, and we need to install the virtual machine. We need to install the operating system on this machine. So you will go to edit virtual machine setting option. Then you will select this CD DVD option, and we are using the ISO image. So you will select the second option, use ISO image file. Then we will browse. We have saved the ISO image on the desktop. We'll go to software folder, Under this software folder, we'll go to ISO images. Under this ISO images, we have Windows Server 2022. Okay, so we'll select that ISO image of Windows Server 2022, then we'll click OK. So we have given the path of that ISO image. Now we will power on the virtual machine. How will you power on the virtual machine? You will select this option, power on this virtual machine. Okay guys, so we'll select this Windows setup option. We need to select the language. So we'll go with English United States. We'll click next. Then we'll click this install now option. Okay, so you will get some options here like which version you want to install. Windows Server 2022 standard evaluation. Okay, this option is for the CLI based operating system. Then you have Windows Server 2022 standard evaluation and desktop experience. Desktop experience means it will install the GUI operating system. Then we have Windows Server 2022 data center evaluation. This option again, it will install the data center evaluation, but it will be CLI, not the GUI. And the fourth option is Windows Server 2022 data center evaluation desktop experience. So it will install data center operating system. Okay, we have seen it is having different editions. So data center edition and desktop experience means it will install the GUI. So we'll go with GUI, will install the data center GUI. Okay, we'll click next. So we need to accept the license agreement. Then we'll click next. And guys, the first option is to upgrade the operating system. Upgrade means you already have installed the operating system and you are upgrading it. And the second option is install the Microsoft servers, which means we are installing the server from the scratch. So we'll go with the second option because we need to install the operating system from scratch. Then where do you want to install the operating system? So you will click this drive 0. We have only one drive, so it has automatically selected this drive 0. Then we'll click this option new and we'll click apply. So what this option will do, it will create some partition, okay, supporting partition 1, partition 2. In these two partitions, it will save the supporting files. In the partition 3, it will install the operating system, and the size of this partition 3 is 99.9 GB, and this will be your C drive. Okay, so let us click next, and it will start installing the operating system. So it will follow these steps. It will copy the Microsoft Server operating system files. Then it will be getting the files ready for installation. After that, it will install the features. After that, it will install the updates. Then it will finish up the So guys, the installation is done. It is restarting the server. Okay. So this operating system will create one username administrator by default, and here we need to provide the password. So let us provide the password, and the password will be like capital M CSE123 hash dollar. This is the password. We need to confirm the password MCSE123 hash dollar. Same password. Then we need to click finish. Okay, then we need to log in to this computer. We need to press Control Alt Del to unlock. So how will you press the Control Alt Del on this virtual machine? You will click this option, send Control Alt Del to this virtual machine. Then we need to provide the password here. Okay, the password is capital MCSE123 hash dollar. Okay, then we'll click enter. Now this operating system is creating the profile for you. Profile is nothing but it is creating the space for you to work on this server. So guys, this is the desktop here, and on this desktop, if you see, it is having only one icon, recycle wheel. So let us set up the other icons. So how to set up the icons? You will go to start, right click, then you will select this settings option. Under this settings option, you will select personalization. Personalization, then you will select this themes option. Under this themes, you will select desktop icon settings, and you will check computer, users, file, network. Recycle pane is already checked and it is available on the desktop, and you will check this control panel option. So you will get the other icons also on the desktop. We'll close, and if you see, it is having all the icons now on the desktop. And guys, if you observe one thing here, the screen is not full. Okay, it is having some stripes. Okay, why? Because we have not installed the drivers yet. We need to install the drivers also, and you will get the drivers from here. You will go to VM, then install VMware tools. So these drivers you will get from the VMware workstation. Then you will go to this PC. Then you will select this option. Now we'll click next, install. As if you see here, it is installing the drivers. Now we are getting the full screen. Are- Okay, it is installed and it required restart. We'll click finish, and after installing the tools, it will restart the server. Okay, let us log on to this server. The server is restarted. Okay, all right, guys. So let us see what is the server name. By default, the operating system will provide a server name. Okay, let us see what is it. We'll go to this PC. Then we'll go to properties. This PC properties. Then if you see here, the device name is like Win B6 HIMM QQ 869. It is provided by the operating system. So we should provide any meaningful name. So how to rename this server name? You will select this option. Rename this PC. Then let us provide server 1. The name of the server is server 1. Then we'll click next. Again, if you change the server name, we need to restart the server. Alright guys, the server is restarted. Let us verify the name. We'll log on to this server. Then we'll go to this PC. Okay, we'll wait for few seconds. We should wait for few seconds. After restarting the server, we should let the server settle down. Let us verify the name. We'll go to this PC, then properties. And if you see, the name is changed to server 1. So we have already created the virtual machine, and we have installed the Windows Server operating system, and we have set the icons, and we have installed the VM tools as well. And we have changed the server name, and let us create the user account for any administrator. We have, let us say, one administrator, and you need to create the username for him. You will use this command. You will go to command prompt and you will run this command, lusrmgr, local user manager.msc. So you will find two options, users and groups. So you will go to users. Under this users, we have administrator here, and we want to create one more user here. So you will right click here, new user, and let us give username as Asif, then Khan. And if you want, you can provide the description, and you need to confirm the password here. So we will provide the same password, mcse123 hash dollar, mcse123 hash dollar. For easiness, we are providing the same username and password, but in real network, you should provide the different passwords, and user must change the password in next logon. So we don't want the user to change the password at next logon, so we'll uncheck this option. Okay, and user cannot change the password. We will discuss about these options in our coming classes. So we'll select this create option and we'll close it. This username is created. Let us log on to the server using this new username. Okay, we'll sign out from this user. Then Control Alt Del. Then we can see the users are available here. So we'll select this Khan. Then mcse123 hash dollar. So guys, we are logging to the server for the first time with this new user. So again, it will create the profile for this new user. Profile is nothing but it will create the space for this user to work on this server. So if you see here again, it is having only recycle bin on the desktop. We need to set the icon up. Okay, we'll go to settings. We'll go to personalization. Then we'll go to themes. Under themes, we have desktop icon settings. Then we'll check all the icons. Then we'll click OK. You can see all the icons here, and this is a folder for this user Khan. Okay, which means we have logged in with Khan. You can see on the desktop itself. In this section, we will discuss about IP address. As we have discussed, to form a network, we need the IP address. So what is IP address? It is a logical address assigned to all the devices in the network. So in this example, if you see, we have 4 computers, and all these 4 computers are having some numbers. These numbers are IP addresses. Okay, so it is a logical address. Logical address means we can change this IP address. And what is the use of this IP addresses? It is used to identify the specific device in the network. If you want to identify any device in the network, you will assign the IP address. And this IP address is used to make the communication between the devices here. It is like the mobile number. Mobile phones should have the mobile number for communication. The same way, computers should have the IP address for communication. And it has 2 versions, IP version 4 and IP version 6. IPv4 or Internet Protocol version 4 is a 32-bit IP addressing. 32-bit IP addressing means we will get 2 power 32 IP addresses with IP version 4, which is equal to 4.3 billion IP addresses. So this IP version 4, it was deployed in 1980s, and at that time 4.3 billion IP addresses were more than enough. But the network was growing very fast, and it was realized that there will be a shortage of IP addresses one day, and scientists have started working on the solution, and the solution is IP version 6. In IP version 4, the IP address has 4 portions. Each portion is separated by dot. So in this example, we have one IP address 192.160.7.1. If you see here, it is having 4 portions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and each portion is separated by dot here. If you take some more example, we have 192.168.1.1. Okay, this IP address is assigned to this computer, and it is having 4 portions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and each portion is separated by dot here. And it has 32 bits. So each IP address has 32 bits. So if you configure the IP address to any computer, the computer will convert the IP address into binary numbers. Binary numbers means zeros and ones. Okay, so this is the decimal number. Decimal number means 0 to 9. And we configure the IP address in decimal format, and computers convert the decimal IP address into binary numbers. So 192 will be converted to binary numbers, and it will be like 2 ones and 6 zeros. If you see, it is having 8 bits here. 160 will be converted to binary numbers, and the binary number of 160 will be 101 and 5 zeros, and it is having 8 bits. And 7 will be converted into binary numbers, and the binary number of 7 will be 5 zeros and 3 ones, and it is also having 8 bits. Then 1 will be converted into binary numbers, and it is having 7 zeros and 1. Again, the 4th portion is having 8 bits here. So if you add 8 plus 8, 16, 16 plus 8, 24, 24 plus 8, 32. So you will get 32 bits here in each IP address. IP version 6 or Internet Protocol version 6 is a 128-bit IP addressing, which means we will get 2 power 128 IP address, which is equal to 340 undecillion IP addresses, which means if the device is getting double every year for 50 years, there will be no shortage of IP address with IP version 6. But still we are surviving with IP version 4. Still we are using IP version 4 because we have some temporary solutions like subnetting and netting. Because of these 2 temporary solutions, we are still surviving with IP version 4. So as we have discussed, IP version 4 is a 32-bit IP addressing, which means each IP address will have 32 bits. So if in this example, if you see here, we have one IP address, and this IP address is 192.160.7.1. This is the IP address, 192.160.7.1. Okay, so 192.160.7.1 is the IP address. So when you configure this number, it is called as a decimal number. Decimal number is from 0 to 9, and this IP address in the decimal format. So when you configure any IP address to the computer will convert this decimal IP address into binary number, because computers understand only binary numbers. They understand zeros and ones. They don't understand the decimal number. And after converting your IP address, this IP address looks like this: 2 ones, 6 zeros, 1 0 1, 5 zeros, 5 zeros, 1 1 1, 7 zeros, and 1. Okay, this is 192.160.7.1. So IP version 4 is having 4 portions or 4 octets, and each octet or portion is separated by dot. Okay, so it is having 4 portions. Each portion is separated by dot. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 portions are there, and each portion is separated by dot. And let us see. So this is the binary number. This is 192, and let us see how to convert this binary number into decimal number. And each octet, if you observe here, having 8 bits. 2 1 6 zeros, 8 bits. 1 0 1 5 zeros, 8 bits. 5 zeros, 3 ones, 8 bits. 7 zeros and 1, it is also having 8 bits. If you add up all these bits, you will get 32 bits. Okay, so that is why it is a 32-bit IP addressing. And let us see how to convert this binary number into decimal number. So first, what you will do, you will take the first portion, which is 1 6 zeros. If you see here 1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 zeros, then you will write the 2 power series. 2 power series, it will be like this: 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, 2 power 6, then 2 power 7. This is your 2 power series. Then you will calculate these values. What is the value of 2 power 0? It is 1. Anything power 0, the value will be 1. Then what is the value of 2 power 1? It is 2. 2 power 1 is 2 into 1. You will get 2. And what is the value of 2 power 2? It is 2 into 2, which is 4. Then what is the value of 2 power 3? 2 into 2 into 2. 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8. So the same way you will calculate all the values. 2 power 4, it will be 16. 2 power 5, it will be 32. 2 power 6, it will be 64. 2 power 7, it will be 128. After that, we will consider only ones. These ones. Okay, we will consider the values which is above this binary one. 128 plus 64, 192, and you will ignore all the zeros here. So the value of 1160 is 192. Let us convert the other values. We will take the second octet 101, then 5 zeros, 1 2 3 4 5, 5 zeros. Then you will write the 2 power series: 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, 2 power 6, 2 power 7. Then you will calculate the values. What is the value of 2 power 0? It will be 1. 2 power 1, it is 2. 2 power 2, which means 2 into 2, it will be 4. 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Then again you will consider the binary ones. You will take the values which are above this binary ones. 128 plus 32. You will ignore the zeros. So 128 plus 32, it is 160. 192.160. Let us calculate the third octet. Let us convert the third octet to decimal. Let us convert this third binary octet to the decimal. And again, you will take the binary numbers like 5 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 3 ones, 1, 2, 3. After that, you will write the 2 power series like 2 power 0, 2 power 1 till 2 power 7, or directly you can write this value 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 and 128. Then you will consider only the values which are above binary ones, 4, 2 and 1. 4 plus 2, 6, 6 plus 1, 7. You will get 7 and you will ignore the zeros. Let us take the last octet. Let us convert the last octet into decimal. So last octet is 7 zeros and 1. Again, we will consider only the numbers which are above the binary one. So above the binary one, we have only 1. So we will write 1 and we'll ignore the zeros. And the IP address is 192.160.7.1. This is how you will convert the binary to decimal. Okay, we have converted the binary numbers to decimal. In this section, we will convert decimal numbers into binary numbers. Decimal numbers are from 0 to 9 and binary numbers are zeros and ones. So we'll take one IP address 200.17.100.3 and we'll convert this IP address into binary numbers. So first we'll write this IP address into column like 200.17.100.3. Then we'll write 2 power series, 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, 2 power 6, then 2 power 7. Then we'll calculate this number. The value of 2 power 0 is 1, 2 power 1 is 2, 2 power 2 is 4, 2 power 3 is 8, and so on. And the value of 2 power 7 will be 128. So we should convert 200 into binary numbers first, then 17 into binary numbers, then 100 into binary numbers, then 3 into binary numbers. To make the calculation simple, we will convert 3 into binary numbers first. We'll see where we are getting this 3. Okay, we will add 2 plus 1, which is equal to 3. So we are getting 3 here, 2 plus 1. At the place of 2, you will write binary 1. At the place of 1, you will write binary 1. And on other places, you will write zeros. And the binary number of 3 will be 6 zeros and 2 ones. Then we'll convert 17 into binary numbers. 16 plus 1, you will get 17. So at the place of 16, you will write 1. At the place of 1, you will write 1. On other places, you will write zeros. And the value of 17 is 0001, 0001. Then we will convert 100 into binary numbers. Let us see where will we get 100. 64 plus 32, it is 96. 96 plus 4, you will get 100. So at the place of 64, you will write 1. At the place of 32, you will write 1. At the place of 4, you will write 1. On other places, you will write zeros. And the binary number of 100 is 011 00100. Let us see how to convert 200 into binary numbers. 128 plus 64 plus 8, it is 200. So at the place of 128, you will write 1. At the place of 64, you will write 1. At the place of 8, you will write 1. On other places, you will write zeros. The binary numbers of 200 will be 11 00 1 000. In this section, we will see how to assign the IP address to Windows Server. We will go to Control Panel first. Under Control Panel, we will go to Network and Internet option. Under Network and Internet option, we will select View Network Status and Task. Then we will select change adapter settings. Then we'll go to the adapter where you want to configure the IP address, right click properties. Then we will get this window. Under this window, we have two options: obtain an IP address automatically, use the following IP address. So we'll select the second option and we'll configure the IP address like 10.0.0.1, and the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0, and it is having some other options like default gateway, preferred DNS, alternate DNS. We are going to discuss all these options in our coming classes.
Let us go to the server and assign the IP address. We'll go to the server one. Then we'll go to control panel. Under control panel, we'll go to network and internet. Under network and internet, we'll select view network status and tasks. Then we'll go to change adapter settings. Under change adapter settings, we'll select the adapter where we want to configure the IP address. Then we'll right click. We'll go to properties. We will double click on internet protocol version 4. Then we'll select this, use the following IP address option. And guys, we are going to use 10 network. We'll configure the IP address 10.0.0.1 to this server 01, and the subnet mask will be 255.0.0.0. It is having some other fields like default gateway, preferred DNS, and alternate DNS. We are going to discuss all these different fields in our coming classes.
Okay, guys, let us see. As we have discussed, IP version 4 is having 4 octets or 4 portions like 192.168.1.1. So it is having 4 portions or 4 octet, 1, 2, 3, 4 portions are there, and each portion is separated by dot. So guys, let us see what is the minimum number you can configure or enter in each octet, and what is the maximum number you can enter in each octet. Okay, so the minimum number is 0, the maximum number is 255. We can't go beyond 255. If you try to configure 256, you will get the error. We can't go beyond 255. Let me show you. So if you go to this adapter and we try to configure 256. So it is saying that 256 is not a valid entry. Please specify a value between 0 and 255. You can see the minimum value is 0, the maximum value is 255. You can't go beyond 255. Guys, we have 3 types of network communication. One is called as unicast, broadcast, and multicast. What is the meaning of unicast? Let us try to understand. So in this example, we have 4 devices connected to this switch, and this computer has generated, this is the printer here, 3 computers are there, 1 printer is there. So this computer has generated the print command to this printer. So the request will go to this printer from this computer, and it is one-to-one communication from PC to printer. It is called as unicast. If you see here, we have multiple devices, but it is communicating with only one computer, which means unicast. So it is like when you call your friend and you are talking to your friend one-to-one, and the communication is called as unicast. Let us try to understand what is broadcast. Okay, broadcast means, again we will take this example here. We have 3 computers and 1 printer, and this computer wants to send the same packet to all the devices in your network. Let us say you have 200 computers in your network, and this computer wants to send the same packet to all the 200 computers in your network. So it will send it, it will broadcast it, the same packet to all the devices. Okay, it is one to all, sending the packet from one device to all the devices in the network. It is called as one-to-all. If you see here, this one computer is sending the packet to all the devices in your network. It is called as broadcasting one-to-all. Then guys, we have multicast. In multicast, it will send the packet to group of computers. It is not one-to-all, not one-to-one. It is one-to-many. It is sending the one packet to few computers in your network. In this example, this computer wants to send the packet. Let us say you have 200 computers, but it is sending the packet to these two computers only. Okay, it is one-to-many. If you see here, we have multiple devices here, but this computer is sending the packet to selected devices. And guys, the best example of this one-to-many is Netflix. The example of this multicast is Netflix. The service is not available for everyone. You need to pay to them. So when you pay to them, they will give you the service. Okay, the service will be for the selected people. So unicast, the process of sending a packet from one host to an individual host, one-to-one. Broadcast, the process of sending a packet from one host to all the hosts in the network. Multicast, the process of sending a packet from one host to a selected group of hosts. And this class G is reserved for multicasting. As we have discussed, IP version 4 is having 4 portions. And these 4 portions are again divided into network and host portion. Class A is having 1 network portion and 3 host portion. Class B is having 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Class C is having 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So guys, we will see why it is divided into network and host portions. So before that, we need to understand what is the meaning of network and what is the meaning of host here. So in this example, we have 4 computers connected to this switch. These 4 computers are hosts. Okay, and this set of devices, set of these computers, it is called as network. Okay, host is a specific device in the network and network set of devices. Let us try to understand why we have network portion and host portions. So why IP address is divided into network and host portion? So guys, let us say you have 4 computers. You have 4 computers, and to make the communication between these 4 computers, we need 2 conditions to be fulfilled. The first condition is physical connectivity should be there. The second condition is logical connectivity should be there. Physical connectivity means you should connect the devices using cable. This is the physical connectivity. And logical connectivity means you should configure the IP addresses from the same network. Okay, let us try to understand what is the meaning of this configuring the IP address from the same network. Okay, first condition is physical connectivity is already there. Second condition, logical connectivity. Logical connectivity means IP addresses should be configured from the same network, then only they will communicate. We will see what is this same network. We will try to understand what is this same network from this flat numbers example. So guys, let us say I am saying I am living in a flat number 431. So what will you figure out from this number? The first portion is it represents the floor number. So you will come to the 4th floor and you will search for the flat number 10. If I say I am living in a flat number 411, again, what will you figure out from this number? From the first number, you will come to the 4th floor. It indicates the floor. And the other numbers, they indicate the room number. So these two flats, 410 and 411, they are on the same floor because this first number is same. Here, 410 and 511, guys, these two numbers, these two flats are on the same floor or different floors?
Different.
How different floor?
4th and 5th.
4th and 5th. They are on different numbers. How did you identify?
It's the floor.
You have seen the first number, correct?
Yes.
Okay, this first number should be same to be on the same floor. So the same way, if you want, okay, the same way, the IP addresses, network portion should be there, same, to be in the same logical network. Let us try to understand with this example. We have two IP addresses here. Let us say you have two computers and we want to make the communication between these two computers. So as we have discussed, it should fulfill two conditions. Physical connectivity should be there and the logical connectivity should be there. Logical connectivity means the computers belong to the same network. How will you identify whether these two computers belong to same network or not, same floor or not? So if you see this example here, 192.168.1.1, let us say we have assigned this IP address to first computer, 192.168.1.1, and we have assigned the IP address 192.168.1.2. IP addresses are assigned, but we don't know whether they belong to same network or not. So guys, in class C, we have 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So these 3 network portions, the first 3 portions should be same, to be in the same network, to be in the same logical network. So 192, 192, 168, 168, 1 and 1. First 3 portions are same, which means these two IP addresses are in the same network. The logical connectivity is there and they can communicate with each other. If you see this example here, 192, some second example, 192.168.1.1, 192.168.9.2. Okay, so this 192 belongs to class C. In class C, we have 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So 3 network portions should be same to be in the same network. So here 192, 192 it is same, 168, 168 same, but the third portion is not same, 1 and 9, which means they don't belong to same network, they don't belong to same flat, same floor, and they will not communicate with each other. They belong to different floors, they belong to different networks. It is not forming the logical connectivity here. Let us take the example of class B. So in class B, we have 2 IP addresses, 172.16.12.10, 172.16.15.15. So how will you identify whether these 2 IP addresses belong to same network or different network? What is the class here? 172.16, it belongs to class B. In class B, we have 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So the first 2 portions should be same to be in the same logical network. So 172, 172 same, 16, 16 it is same, and the host portion, it should be different. So these 2 IP addresses belong to same network, which means the logical connectivity is there and they can communicate with each other. But here if you see 172, 172 first portion is same, 16 and 22. Second portion is not same, which means they don't belong to the same network, they don't belong to same floor. They are from different floors and they can't communicate with each other. If you take one more example, 10.25.15.12, 10.12.15.15. So this 10 belong to class A. In class A, we have 1 network portion and 3 host portion, which means the first portion should be same. for the communication, for making the logical connectivity. So here 10 and 10, it is same, and the other three portions should be different. And here the first portion is same, it is forming the logical connectivity and they can communicate with each other. But here in the second example, the first portion is different, even though they belong to class A, but the first portion is not same, so they don't belong to the same network, they can't communicate with each other. You need to remember this point. Okay, so physical connection devices are connected using media like UDP example. Logical connected means IP addresses should be configured in the same network. Same network in the sense the network portion should be same of both the IP address or all the IP address. Now guys, let us say you have connected 200 computers to your network. So computers are connected to the network. Physical connectivity is there, but we need to provide the logical connectivity as well. We need to assign the IP addresses from the same network. So how will you decide? Okay, which class you are going to decide and how will you select the IP addresses? So if you go with class C, in class C we have 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So in host portion, okay, each portion is having 8 bits, correct? We have seen network portion is having these 3 portions, okay, having 8 bits, and this host portion is also having 8 bits. Okay, so if you calculate the IP address, it will be 2 to the power of h, okay, 2 to the power of host portion, which is equal to 2 to the power of 8, and you will get 256 IP addresses in class C. Okay, our requirement is of 200 IP addresses, and if you go with class C, we are getting 256 IP addresses, which means class C is fulfilling our requirement. So we'll take any network from class C. Let us take 192.168.1.0 IP address, and then you will start writing the IP addresses. You will increment the 4th octet. The series will be like this: 1.0, 192.168.1.0, 192.168.1.1, 1.2 till 1.255. So total you will get 256 IP addresses including 0. Total 256 IP addresses are there. So guys, first 3 portions must be same to be in the same network. So if you see, the first 3 portions are same, the last portion we are changing it. And number of total hosts in each network are 256. So if you are going in class C, you will get 256 IP addresses in each network. So you are going to provide the IP addresses from this network. The first PC, let us say, it will get 192.168.1.1, 1.2 second PC, third PC 1.3, fourth PC 1.4. Like this, you will provide the IP address. You are not going to change the network portion here. You are not going to assign the IP address this way. One IP address you are providing 192.168.1.1, and the other PC you are providing the IP address 192.168.2.2. It is not going to work, okay, because network portion should be same, and we are giving the different network portion here, and they will not communicate with each other. The network portion should be same. You should remember this point. Now guys, let us say your requirement is 10,000 hosts, 10,000 IP addresses. You have connected 10,000 computers to your network. Physical connectivity is there, and we need to provide the logical connectivity. Logical connectivity means the IP addresses should be from the same network. So we can't go with class C, because in class C we have only one host portion, and in that one host portion you will have only 8 bits. 2 power 8 means you will get 256 IP addresses only in each network. So we can't go with class C. Let us go with class B. In class B we have 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Okay, 2 host portion, how to calculate how many hosts you will get? 2 to the power of h, H means host portion. So 8 plus 8, 16. 2 power 16 IP addresses you will get. 2 power 16 means you will get 65,536 IP addresses in class B network. Our requirement is 10,000 hosts and we are getting 65,000 IP addresses here, more than 65,000 IP addresses. So it is fulfilling our requirement. Then we will select any network from class B, and the class B network is 172.16.0.0 we have selected, and you will increment the 4th octet first. The series will be like this: 0.0, 0.1, 0.2 till 0.255. Guys, we can't go beyond 255. So as we have already seen, minimum 0, maximum 255. We can't go beyond 255. So we will move to the 3rd octet and we will increment. It was 0.0, now it will be 1.0, 1.1, 1.2 till 1.255. Again, we can't go beyond 255. We will increment the 3rd octet and the series will be like this: 2.0, 2.1, 2.2 till 2.255. Then you will move to the 3rd octet. Again, the series will be like 3.02 till 3.255. Then 4.0 till 4.255. So till when you are going to write the IP addresses, till it reaches, the host portion reaches 255.255. And you will get 65,036 IP addresses. And guys, let us say your requirement is 70,000 hosts. You have already connected the devices to the network, and we need the logical connectivity. We need to provide the IP address from the same network. So we can't go with class C because you will get 256 IP addresses. We can't go with class B because you will get more than 65,000 IP addresses. So we need to select the class A. In class A, we have one network portion and 3 host portions. 3 host portion means 8 plus 8, 16. 16 plus 8, 24. 24 host bits are there. 2 power 24, you will get 16, more than 16 million IP addresses. Okay. So our requirement is 70,000 and we are getting more than 16 million IP addresses here. And we will select any network from class A. So we have selected 10.0.0.0, and again you will increment the last octet. The series will be like this: 0.0, 0.1 till 0.255. We can't go beyond 255. We will increment the 3rd octet and the series will be 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 till 1.255. Again, we can't go beyond 255. The series will be from 2.0, 2.1, 2.2 till 2.255. So till when you are going to write, till these 2 octets, these 2 portions reaches 255.255. We can't go beyond 255. Then we will move to the second octet. The series will be like this: 10.1.0.0, again 10.1.0.1, 0.2, 0.3 till 0.255. Then 10.1.1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 till 1.255. Then 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 till 2.255. Again, till when you are going to write, till 3rd and 4th octet reaches 255.255. Then you will move to the 2nd octet and you will increment this 1 to 2. And the series will be 10.2.0.0. So till when you are going to write, till it reaches, the 2nd octet reaches 255, then 255.0.0 till 10.255.255.255. This is how you will get more than 16 million IP addresses. Now guys, all right. Now guys, the first IP address of the network is called as network ID. Okay, if you remember our first example, we required 200 IP addresses, and we have taken class C network, and the network is from 192.168.1.0 till 192.168.1.255. So this is the first IP address of the network, and it is called as network ID or network address. And guys, this network ID we can't configure to any device. The first IP address of network we can't configure. Okay, and it is the first IP address of the network, and in the host portion you will have all zeros. So we have this one host portion here, and it is having 0. And what is the purpose of this network ID? It is reserved for identifying the complete network. What is the meaning of this identifying the complete network? Let us say you are using class A network in your LAN, and if someone asks you what IP addresses you have configured in your network, so are you going to tell like this, we are using 10.0.0.1 IP address, 10.0.0.2, 10.0.0.3, 10.0.0.4? Are you going to tell all the 16 million IP addresses to him? It is not possible. It is possible, but it will take time. So instead of telling the IP addresses, what you will do, you will say we are using 192 dot or 10.0.0.0 network. Okay, so the other person, it will understand that you are using the IP addresses from this network. You can say 192.168.1.0 network we are using. So he will understand you are using 192.168.1.1, 1.2 till 1.254. So this network address is used to identify the complete network, and it can't be assigned to any device in the network. So let us try to assign this network address on my laptop. So guys, it is saying the combination of IP address and subnet mask is invalid. All of the bits in the host address portion of IP address are set to 0. Please enter a valid combination of IP address and subnet mask. So you can see it is not accepting the first IP address because it is saying that in the host portion all zeros are there. And valid IP addresses are assigned to any device in the network. So the IP address, so we have one more reserved address which is called as broadcast address. So the IP addresses between network address and broadcast address, they are called as valid IP address, and we can configure the valid IP addresses to our devices in the network. Then guys, we have broadcast address. Okay, so this broadcast address is the last IP address of the network. Okay, this is the broadcast, and all ones in the host portion. So guys, it is having 255. If you convert this 255 into binary numbers, you will get 8 ones. Okay, so 8 ones means all ones in the host portion. We have all ones in the host portion, which means if we have all ones in the host portion, it is a broadcast address, and we can't configure the IP address which is having all ones in the host portion, and it is used to send the broadcast message to all the devices in the network. So what is the use? Okay, so let us say we have some computers in our network, like 192.168.1.10, 1.20, 1.30, and we have some other computers as well. We have 200 computers in our network. And this computer wants to send one packet to all the devices in the network. It wants to do the broadcasting. So instead of sending one packet to each computer individually, it will send the packet to this broadcast address, to the last IP address. This broadcast address, it will send the packet to all the devices in the network. Okay, so it is used to send the broadcast message to all the devices in the network, and it can't be assigned to any device. So let us try to assign this broadcast IP address to my laptop. So 192.168.1.255. So guys, the combination of IP address and subnet mask is invalid. All of the bits in the host portion of IP address are set to 1. You can see if you convert this 255 into ones, it will become 8 ones, and in the host portion all ones are there, so it will not accept it because it is reserved for the broadcaster. So here we will see what is subnet mask. So when we configure the IP address, you will see one more field here which is called as subnet mask. Let us try to understand what is the use of this subnet mask. So let me show you in my computer as well. It is here. So when we try to configure the IP address manually, and you can see it is having subnet mask and default gateway. So let us try to understand what is the use of this subnet mask. Here, if I say the IP address of my computer is 192.168.1.1. So how will you identify that this IP address is having 3 network portions and 1 host portion? It is a class C IP address. In class C you have 3 network portion and 1 host portion. So how will you identify? You will see this number, the 192, and 192 belongs to class C, and in class C you have 3 network portion and 1 host portion. So as a human being, by seeing this first octet, we can easily tell that it is having 3 network portions and 1 host portion. But how the computer knows that this IP address is having 3 network portion and 1 host portion? We need to give the subnet mask. So when you configure class C IP address, you will give the subnet mask like this: 255.255.255.0, which means 255 means it is a network portion, and 0 means it is a host portion. So in class C, we have 3 network portion and 1 host portion, and the subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. So this is the default subnet mask of class C. And in class B, we have 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So you can see, you will write the default subnet mask of class B like this: 255.255.0.0. In class A, you have 1 network portion and 3 host portions. So you will write 255.0.0.0. So what is the use of subnet mask? Subnet mask differentiates the network and host portion. 1 represents network portion, which means 255, and 0 represents the host portion. If you try to configure the IP address from class C, so let me configure the IP address from class C 192.168.1.1, and if I press tab button, it will take the default subnet mask automatically. You can see 255.255.255.0 because this IP address belongs to class C, and the default subnet mask of class C is 255.255.255.0. If I configure the class B IP address, you can see the subnet mask is 255.255.0.0 because class C is having two network portions and two host portions. If I configure the class A IP address and if I press tab, it will take the default subnet mask of class A, which is 255.0.0.0. And how to verify, how to check which IP address is configured on your PC. You will use this command ipconfig. You will go to command prompt and you will type ipconfig. You will get this detail. You will get the IP address 192.168.2.19. You will get the subnet mask, which is 255.255.255.0 and default gateway as well. Let us verify. You will type this command. So you can see the IP address of my Wi-Fi adapter is 192.168.43.87 and subnet mask is 255.255.255.0 and the default gateway is 192.168.43.100. But let us say we need some more information, like what is the DSCP IP address of this PC and what is the DNS of this PC. So you will use this command ipconfig/all. So it will give you the additional information. Let us verify. So if you see here, you are getting the DHCP server IP address with this ipconfig/all, and you will get the DNS server IP address, and you will get the physical address or MAC address, and this is the IP address, this is the subnet mask, and this is the default gateway. And guys, we have private and public IP address. So let us try to understand what is this private and public IP addresses. So imagine we have three organizations using the same network in their LAN. So we have ABC organization, PQR organization, XYZ organization. These three organizations are having their LAN. So ABC is having two computers and it is connected to switch and they are communicating with each other. They belong to 1.0 network and the physical connectivity is there. PQR is having two computers. It is connected to switch, physical connectivity is there, and the IP addresses to these two PCs are assigned from 1.0 network. So the logical connectivity is also there. So ABC is using 1.0 network, PQR is also using 1.0 network, and we have one more organization, XYZ, and they are also using 1.0 network in their LAN. Okay, so here these three different organizations are using the same network in their LAN, but they are not directly connected. So there is no problem if they use the same network. It will work fine. It will allow these computers to communicate with each other because these three networks are not directly connected with each other. Okay, and the IP addresses which are configured in your LAN, they are called as private IP addresses because you are using these networks in your private network. That is why it is called as private IP addresses. So till now there is no problem at all. Let us say they are connected. All these three organizations want their computers to get the internet access. So they are all connected to internet, and on internet we have cisco.com server. So let us say this 192.168.1.1 of ABC organization wants to open the Cisco site. Here the source is 192.168.1.1. Destination is 192.160. Sorry, the destination is cisco.com. Okay, so the request will go to this router. From router, the request will go to internet. From internet, the request will go to cisco.com. Cisco.com will see that the request is coming from 192.168.1.1. In this example, we have 192.168.1.1. So cisco.com will get confused and it won't be able to send the response. Okay. So this is the problem here, where you are trying to access the internet using your private IP addresses. So in this example, we have taken only the 3 organizations. So all over the world, we have millions of organizations. They are using the same network in their LAN, which means we can't access the internet using your private IP addresses. So what is the solution? The solution is public IP address. So what is this public IP address? Public IP address is a unique IP address. It is like your mobile numbers. So no two mobile phones can have the same mobile number. The same way, no two devices can have the same public IP address. They are the unique IP addresses. So what you will do, you will configure the public IP addresses on each network. So ABC have purchased 1.1.1.1 public IP address. PQR has purchased 2.2.2.2 IP address. XYZ has purchased 3.3.3 IP address. Now, again, this 192.168.1.1 of ABC organization wants to access cisco.com. The source is 192.168.1.1. Destination is cisco.com. The request will go to the router. This router, what it will do? It will not send the request with this private IP address. It will replace this private IP address with this public IP address. And the request will go with the public IP address. So this cisco.com will see that the request is coming from 1.1.1.1, which is a public IP address, which is a unique IP address. Then it will send the response back to 1.1.1.1, and this router knows which PC has originated the request, and it will forward the response back to 192.168.1.1 and changing the IP address from this private IP address to public IP address. It is called as NAT, network address translation. Okay. So you are going to, I think we have already covered this LAN in our CCNA class. And the difference between public IP address and private IP address is this public IP address used on public network. If you want to access the internet, you need public IP address, whereas this private IP address used within your LAN or organization. This public IP address is recognized on internet, whereas this private IP address is not recognized on internet. You can't access the internet using private IP address. You need public IP address. It is globally unique. As we have discussed, it is like your mobile number. No two mobile phones can have the same mobile number the same way. No two devices can have the same public IP address. Whereas this private IP address is unique in your LAN. And this public IP address is provided by ISP, Internet Service Provider, whereas this private IP address is provided by the administrator. And you need to pay to get the public IP address, whereas this private IP addresses are for free. So guys, we have some examples of this private and public IP addresses. So if you see, we have the ranges as well. Okay, if you have decided to configure the IP address from class A network, okay, the range of the class A is from 0 to 127. Okay, out of this 0 to 127 networks, there is one network from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. These networks are reserved for private IP addressing. You should configure the IP addresses in your LAN from this network if you are using class A. Except these networks, all the other networks are reserved for public IP addressing. If you have decided to configure the IP address in your LAN from class B, okay, the range of this class B is from 128 to 191, and this range is reserved for private IP addressing 172.16.0.02, 172.31.255.255. Except this range, everything is reserved for public IP addressing. If you are configuring the IP addresses in your LAN from class C, the range is from 192 to 223, and out of this 192 to 223, this range from 192.168.0.02, 192.168.255.255 is reserved for private IP addressing. Except these networks, the other ranges are reserved for public IPs. Okay, so 192.168.1.1, this IP address is falling between 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255. This is the private IP address. Using this address, you can't access the internet. Then we have 203.165.201.30. This IP address is falling here. Okay, so it is a public IP address. Then we have 192.168, it is falling here, it is a private network. So this is how you will identify the IP addresses. And who is providing this IP addresses? This public IP addresses. Who is responsible to manage this public IP addresses? So IANA is responsible for allocation of globally unique IP addresses. IANA stands for Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. They are the one who manages the IP addresses. So IANA is operated by ICANN. ICANN stands for Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So IANA delegates the allocation of, so this is the IANA. What this IANA will do, it will assign the block of IP addresses to their branches. So IANA is having 5 branches like Aprinic, Epinic, Erin, Lacnic, RIPE, and CC. Afrinic, this branch is for Africa region. Epinic, this branch is for Asia Pacific region. Erin is for Canada, USA, and some Caribbean islands. Lacnic is for Latin America and some Caribbean islands. RIPE and CC, it is for Europe, Middle East, and Central Asia. These are the 5 branches. And the correct terminologies of these 5 branches is RIR, Regional Internet Registry. So IANA is having 5 regional internet registries. So it will assign the block of IP addresses to all these RIRs. These RIRs provide the IP addresses to their ISPs. ISPs will provide the IP address to the end users. So guys, in this section, we'll discuss about topology. We'll see what is topology first. So a topology is used to explain how the devices are physically connected in a network and the logical flow of information in the network. So in this example, we have Hyderabad LAN. In this Hyderabad LAN, we have 3 computers, 1 IP phone, and 1 server is connected. And we have Bangalore LAN. In Bangalore LAN also we have 3 computers, 1 IP phone, and 1 server is connected. And these 2 different LANs are connected with these 2 routers using WAN link. So this is the topology here, okay, which explains the physical connectivity of your devices. And there are 2 types of topologies. The first topology is the physical topology, and the second type of topology is logical topology. What is physical topology? Physical topology defines how the devices are connected physically, and logical topology defines the data flow from one computer to another computer. Okay, so this logical topology defines how the data flows from one computer to another computer. Physical topology describes the way in which devices are physically connected in the network, and there are different types of physical topologies like bus topology, ring topology, star topology. Okay, so these are the types of physical topologies. This bus topology. So in bus topology, the devices are connected to a single cable using T connector. So you will have one single cable and you will connect the devices. And it is called as bus topology and uses this T connector. This is the T connector and you will use this T connector here like this. If you see here, this is the T connector. Using this T connector, you have connected computer 1, then you have connected computer 2, then computer 3, computer 4 using this T connector. Okay, so what is the advantage of this bus topology? Required less cable. So using one cable, you are connecting all the devices, but it is having the single point of failure. This is a disadvantage. If one link goes down, okay, these computers won't be able to communicate the other computers. This is the disadvantage of bus topology. Let's try to understand what is this ring topology. In a ring topology, each device is connected with two devices on either side. So if you see here, let us say it is PC1. So PC1 is connected with two devices on the either side. Let us say it is PC2 and it is PC3. And this PC2 again, it is connected with two devices. It is connected with PC1 and let us say it is PC5. Okay, so in a ring topology, each device is connected with two devices on either side of it, and the structure forms a ring. So it is forming a ring structure here, and that is why it is known as ring topology. And the entire network will be impacted if one workstation is shut down. Let us say if this computer is shut down or it is having some issues, so the entire network will be affected if we use the ring topology. With the star topology, the computers have independent connection back to the central device. So let us say this is the switch here and all the devices are connected using this switch. Okay, so computers have independent connections back to a central device, for example hub or switch, and a cable break only impact the device connected via. Okay, let us say cable is broken here, so it will impact this PC only, it will not impact the entire network. So this is the advantage of star topology, and nowadays we use star topology. A logical topology describes the way of data flow from one computer to another. So as we have discussed, it will describe how your data flows from one network to another, from one computer to another computer. In other words, it is a way in which devices communicate internally. So there are two different types of logical topologies in Windows environment. The first logical topology is workgroup model, and the second is domain model. This workgroup model is also called as peer-to-peer model, and domain model is also called as client-server model. We'll see the difference between these two different models of logical topology. First, guys, let us discuss what is this work group model. So as we have discussed, this work group model is also called as peer-to-peer model. So what is this work group model? What is this peer-to-peer model? Let us try to understand. So with this work group model, all the computers, whether it is a client or server computer, in the work group, they are called as peer. So we are using work group model, and we have some computers, let us say computer 1 which is having Windows 7, computer 2 which is having Windows 10, and computer 3 is having Windows Server 2016, computer 4 is having Windows 8, computer 5 is having Windows Server 2012. So we have some computers with Windows Server operating system, we have some computers with client operating system. Okay. So we are using work group model. So even we have installed server operating system, they are not considered as servers here. They are called as peer. And this, the computers with client operating system also, they are called as peer. There is no client, there is no server in work group model. All the computers, they are called as peer. And the communication is peer to peer. So all the computers in the work group are called as peer. There is no client, there is no client server concept in work group model. All the computers are considered equal here. The computers in work group mainly has its own local database where user accounts are saved. So guys, in work group model, all the computers saves the username and password on the local database. Okay, let us say on computer 1, user 1 is sitting. User 1 is using this computer 1. So you will create the, let us say you have created user 1 account and the password is 123. You have created the user account for this user 1. So this username, it will be saved in this local database of this computer. On next day, if this user 1 is using this computer 2, so he won't be able to log in because his username and password is created on computer 1 and it is stored locally. So again, you need to create the username and password for user 1 on computer 2. On third day, let us say user 1 is sitting on computer 4. Again, he can't log in to computer 4 because his username and passwords are created on computer 1 and computer 4. On computer 4, we need to create the username and password for user 1. Okay, so guys, we are taking the example of only one user here. Let us say you have hundreds of users and they are working in a call center. So in call centers, users can sit on any computer, okay, and they will log on to any computer and they will start working. Which means if you have 100 users, you need to create 100 username and passwords on each computer. Okay, so we have 100 users, you will create to each and every computer. Let us say 100 users and 100 computers are there. So you will go to each and every computer and you will create 100 username and passwords. Okay, after some times, let us say 10 users have resigned the company. So again, you need to go to all the 100 computers and you need to remove these 10 users from all the computers. Then 10 new users have joined the organization. So again, you will have to go to all the 100 computers and you need to create 10 username and password for the new users. This is a problem with work group model. Okay. So if any user wants to access the other computer, he needs to create the account in that computer and data is saved on the local hard disk. So whatever the data you are saving, it is saved on the local hard disk. So this is the work group model. All the username and passwords are created on the local database. And if you want the other users to use the other computers, you need to create the username and password on other computers as well. Then guys, we have one more logical topology, which is called as domain model. And this domain model, it is also called as client server model. And we can have more than one servers. Okay, so just remember this terminology. Domain model, it is also called as client server model. So the system administrators use servers to control the client in the network. So system administrator, what they will do, they will use this server. So let us say we have one server and we have two clients here. So system administrator will control these two clients from this server. Okay, and it has centralized database, and the database, it is entity.dit where the user accounts are saved. So this server, it is having the centralized database. Okay, we have user 1, user 2, user 3. So you don't need to create this username and password, this user accounts on the clients. What you will do, you will create the user accounts on the server. Okay. And let us say user 1 wants to use this computer 1. So what he will do, he will log in. He will enter his username and password, and the request will go to the server. Server is having the database. We have created the username and passwords on server. So server will check whether this user 1 is available in the database or not. It is available and password is also correct. Then it will allow this user 1 to use this computer 1. After some time, this user 1 wants to use computer 2. Again, he will log in. He will enter his username and password to computer 2. The request will go to server. Server will check the username, user 1 is available. Then this server will allow this user 1 to use this computer 2 as well. You don't need to create the username and passwords, multiple username and password on clients. You are going to create the username and password once, and it will be authenticated by server. So let us say take the same example. We have 100 users and we have 100 computers. So with this domain model, with this client server model, you are going to create the 100 users, 100 accounts on this server only once. You don't need to create this 100 users on 100 computers. You are going to create it only once. Okay. User 1, user 2, and so on. After that, as we have discussed, all the users can access all the computers now, and it will be authenticated by server. So 10 users have resigned your company. So you will delete these 10 users on this server. Okay. You will delete it, and 10 more users or 10 more employees have joined the organizations. So you will create 10 username and password on this server. You don't need to go to the clients. You can manage it centrally. Okay. So system administrators use servers to control the clients in the network. It has centralized database where user accounts are saved, and NTDS means New Technology Directory Service. DIT stands for Directory Information Service. This is the database on the domain controller. And if any user wants to access other computer, he doesn't need to create the account again. We can save the data in centralized server. And guys, Kerberos is a network authentication protocol. It is designed to provide the strong authentication for client server application by using secret keys. So let us say user 1 wants to log into this computer. Okay, so he will enter the username and password. The request will go to the server. Server is authenticating. So who is taking this username from client to server and server to client? There is a protocol called Kerberos. So with the help of this Kerberos protocol, this authentication is done. And Kerberos is a network authentication protocol. It is designed to provide the strong authentication for client server application. So it is used for the authentication, and it provides the security as well. So guys, we need to understand some terminologies. Okay. So the first terminology is domain. What is this domain? Domain is your logical network. Okay. So domain is a logical grouping of users, computers, and group objects to manage them centrally from the domain server. So domain, in simple words, it is your logical network. Okay. And domain should have the unique name. So when you are installing the domain, when you are installing this logical network, it should have that unique name, like ms.com is the name of your domain here in this case, and domain name is assigned by the DNS service. So guys, we have one service which is called as DNS service, and who is providing the name to our logical network? DNS service. Okay, DNS service provides a logical name to our domain. We will see. Okay, we will do the lab, and you will see that we will provide the domain name, and it is provided by the DNS service. And guys, we have one more term which is called as domain controller. We have seen domain. Domain means logical network. Domain controller means which controls your logical network. Okay, from the name, you can understand what it is saying. Domain controller means the server which controls the domain. So to configure the domain model, we must have at least one domain server. So we must at least have one server to configure the domain model, and this domain server is called as domain controller. Okay, so here in this example, you can see we have installed one server. Okay, and this server will control your logical network, and this server is called as domain controller. Okay, so this is the physical server. Domain controllers are physical servers. And to make domain controller, so how will you make this server as domain controller? Okay, so it is not that you have installed the Windows server operating system and it will start acting like a domain controller. We need to do some configuration. To make this server a domain controller, we need to install a special service called ADDS, Active Directory Domain Service. So when you install Active Directory Domain Service on any server, it will become domain controller. So what is this Active Directory Domain Service? It stores the information of users, computers, groups, services, resources, etc. So it will store the information of users, computers, and other things of your network. Okay, and ADDS domain controllers also authenticates users and computer accounts when they log in. So who is managing? Who is authenticating the users? Okay, when any user wants to log into any computer, let us say user 1 wants to log into this computer, the request will go to this server. So who is authenticating the request? It is authenticated by the Active Directory Domain Controller. Okay, using Kerberos protocol. Domain model is suitable for small to large organization.
So guys, requirement to install the domain controller. So we must have domain controller. Okay. So what is the requirement? Let us try to understand. We need physical or virtual server with Windows Server installed. So we have already created one virtual machine and we have installed Windows operating system. Okay. And it should be in work group. I will show you. Okay. The computer should be in work group. And server should be connected to the network. So server connectivity should be there, guys. So for connecting the server to the network, we need to configure the IP address. We need to configure the preferred DNS, and DNS service gets installed. So guys, this DNS service, as I told you, this DNS will provide the unique name to the domain. Okay, and this DNS service, it will get installed with ADDS. So to make any computer domain controller or DC, we need to install Active Directory Domain Service. So when we install the Active Directory ADDS, this DNS service will get installed automatically. Okay, and it is also called as DNS server. So guys, remember one point, we want to make one server as domain controller. So we need to install Active Directory Domain Service. So when we install ADDS, DNS server will be installed on the same machine. So this machine, it is called as domain controller, and the same machine, it is called as DNS server as well, because this DNS server is also getting installed with ADDS. So it is performing two roles by default. One is domain controller, and it is also your DNS server as well. We will see, okay, what is this DNS server in our advanced classes as well. As of now, just try to remember this point. When you install ADDS, the DNS server gets installed, and this server will act as domain controller, and it is also act as DNS server. Okay, so DNS server gets installed with ADDS. It is also called as DNS server. IP address and preferred DNS will be same. So let us say you are configuring the IP address 10.0.0.1 to this domain controller. Okay, it is having these options: IP address, subnet mask, default gateway. We have configured IP address 10.0.0.1, and we have one option here preferred DNS server, because DNS server is already installed on this server. This server is acting as DNS server as well. And the IP address is 10.0.0.1. So IP address of this computer is 10.0.0.1. So the preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1 only. Okay, you need to remember this point. IP address and preferred DNS IP address should be same on the domain controller. So we will configure 10.0.0.1 IP address and preferred DNS and install ADDS manually. Then only this machine will act as domain controller, or then only this machine will act as server. So guys, as we have discussed, installing operating system is not enough. We need to install the ADDS to make this server domain controller. So let us see how to install the Active Directory domain Active ADDS service.
Let us see the terminologies one more time. What is domain? Domain is a logical network. Okay, domain required a unique name which is provided by DNS service, and DNS service gets installed with ADDS. Then we have one more terminology which is called as domain controller. Domain controller, it is a server which controls the domain. Okay, domain controller controls the domain. Domain controllers control the logical network. Then we have ADDS. ADDS, to make a server domain controller, we must install a special service called ADDS. ADDS is a service. If you install this service, it will become domain controller. Once it becomes domain controller, it will control the domain. So we will configure the domain controller. So guys, you need to remember one point here. When you configure the domain controller, DNS service gets installed automatically. So to configure the domain controller, we need to configure the IP address. And where will you configure the IP address? So we have already created one virtual machine. On that virtual machine, we have installed Windows Server 2022 operating system, and we have provided the name to that server as server 01. On that server, we will configure the IP address 10.0.0.1, and as we have discussed, when you configure the domain controller, DNS service gets installed. So the preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1, same as IP address. Then we will install the ADDS. After installing ADDS, we will promote this server to domain controller. So guys, you need to remember this point. Installing ADDS is not enough to make this server domain controller. We need to promote this server to domain controller after installing the ADDS. And the prerequisites: server with Windows Server operating system installed. So we have already installed Windows Server 2022 and must be in workgroup. So guys, whenever you install any operating system, that server will be in workgroup by default. To add or remove any service like ADDS, we must use Server Manager console. Let us verify if the server is in workgroup or not. Then we'll configure the IP address. So first we'll go to server. Okay, so this is the virtual machine. On this virtual machine, we have installed Windows Server 2022 operating system, and by default, all the servers are in workgroup. So how to verify? You will go to this PC, right click, properties, then you will go to advanced system settings, then you will go to computer name. Under computer name, you will see this server is in workgroup, and the server name is server-01. Let us configure the IP address. So we have decided to configure the IP address 10.0.0.1, and preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1, same as IP address, because we are going to install the DNS service as well. So you will go to control panel, double click, then you will go to network and internet. Under network and internet, you will go to view network status and task. Then you will go to change adapter settings. Under change adapter settings, you will select the adapter where you want to configure the IP address. Right click, properties. Then you will select Internet Protocol version 4. Double click on it and you will select the second option, use the following IP address. We'll configure 10.0.0.1. Then the subnet mask will be 255.0.0.0 and we are not going to configure the default gateway here because we don't have any router in our environment. Then we'll configure preferred DNS 10.0.0. Then we'll click OK. OK. Then we'll close it. Then you will provide it. Now guys, how to install ADDS? So you will go to server manager. All the services they will be installed from server manager. So how will you open the server manager? You will go to start and you will select this server manager option. Then you will select this option, add roles and features. So before installing the ADDS, okay, if you see here, if you go to tools, there is no Active Directory service available here. Okay, it is having like computer component services, computer management, disk cleanup. It doesn't have any Active Directory service. When you install the Active Directory, you will get all the services here. And guys, let us install this Active Directory. So you select add roles and features. Then you will click next. And guys, here you have two options, role based or feature based installation. If you select this first option, it will install the roles on this current server. Let us say you have one more server like server 2 and you want to install ADDS on the remote server on the other server. You will select the second option, remote desktop services installation. If you select this option, which means you are not installing ADDS or any service on this local server, you are installing the service on the remote server. So guys, we are installing ADDS on the current server. We'll select the first option. We'll click next. Let me take you back. Yeah. Now guys, here you will verify the server name. Is it correct or not? Server -01 and IP address. Okay. If it is correct, you will click next. And if you want to make any changes, you will select this previous option and you will change the server name or IP address and again you will proceed with the installation. So it is correct. We'll click next. Then guys, here you will see the multiple rows. So you will select Active Directory Domain Services, ADDS. So when you select this option, it will ask you to add the features. When you add the features, this option will be selected. It is checked. Then we'll click next, 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 and we'll click install. So it is installing the Active Directory Domain Services. This is the role. Okay, we'll wait for a few minutes. Alright, so the service is installed. As we have discussed, to make this server domain controller, installing the service is not enough. We need to promote it to the domain controller. If you see here, promote this server to a controller. Installing the service is not enough. We need to promote it to the domain controller. If you see here, promote this server to a domain controller. So we'll click close here, and this is the notification center. Okay, you see this flag, and you see this yellow error here. So which means it is asking us to make some actions here. Okay, so what is that action? It is asking you to promote this server to a domain controller. Okay, so now guys, here once you click this option, let me close it and open it one more time. Once you click this option and you select this promote this server to a domain controller, you will get this window, and here you will get three options. Add a domain controller to existing domain. So we don't have any existing domain. Add a new domain to existing forest. So we don't have any existing forest. We will see what is this forest in our advanced classes. So we need to create a new forest here. Okay, let us select this last option, and we need to provide the name. So we have decided to provide the name ms.com. Okay, then we'll click next. And guys, here we need to define the forest function level and domain function level. Okay, and by default it has selected Windows Server 2016. So let us try to understand what is this forest function level and domain function level. So this function level, this option is useful when you have multiple Windows operating system versions available in your network. Let us say you have domain controller 1, okay, and this domain controller is used to control the logical network. So let us say this domain controller goes down. What will happen if this domain controller goes down? Users won't be able to log on to their computers. So what we will do, we will configure one additional domain controller or backup, you can say. If this domain controller goes down, users can log on to their computers using this domain controller too. Let us say you have installed domain controller 1 and you have installed Windows operating system on this domain controller 1, and domain controller 2 or additional domain controller is having Windows Server 2022. Okay, so if you install this Windows Server 2022 and you want to work with Windows Server 2012, so you need to select the functional level Windows Server 2012. If you select the latest version Windows Server 2022, it will not work with domain controller 1. Okay, so this option is useful when you have multiple Windows operating system versions available in your network. If you already have DC1 installed on Windows Server 2012 and you are installing DC2 on Windows Server 2020, if you select Windows Server 2020 now, it will not work with Windows Server 2012. So to work with Windows 2012, you must select the functional level as Windows 2012, but you will not get the latest features of Windows Server 2022. Okay, but you can later raise the function level to 2022. So let us say you are installing the Windows Server 2022 on this server and you have selected the forest function level 2012. So later if you want, you can raise the forest function level to Windows 2022. But if you have selected 2022 now, you can't reduce if you select the forest function level 2022, you can't reduce to Windows 2012 beta. Okay, so this is the use of this function level. So guys, in our network we don't have any older version. We will go with the latest version, or let us go with Windows 2016, the default value. Okay, Windows Server 2016. And if you see here, it is DNS, it is automatically selected. It will install it automatically, and it is having one more option, global catalog. Okay, and we can't uncheck this option. Okay, so this global catalog feature is compulsory. Okay, when you are creating a new forest, we'll see what is the use of this global catalog feature in our advanced classes. Then guys, we need to provide the DSRM password, directory service restore mode. So what is this password about? Let us say you have installed the domain controller and you have created some usernames and passwords like user1, user2. Just 1 second. You have created some users like user1, user2, user3, and you have deleted all these users by mistake. Okay, and you want to restore this user, you can't restore. Okay, I'm just taking the example of users, but in Active Directory you will have groups, OUs, computer information. So if you delete the users, you won't be able to get these users back. So what you will do, you will take the backup. Okay, so you will take the backup of this database, user1, user2, user3. If it is deleted, and you will restore this backup. So while restoring the backup, it will ask you this password. Okay, so you should remember this password, and it is very rarely used. MCSC has dollar, and we'll click next, and it is saying that DNS is not installed, so it will do the installation. And NetBIOS name, you will get MS. Okay, the domain name is ms.com, so NetBIOS name will be MS. Now we'll click next. So guys, if you see here, it is having 3 paths here. Database folder, so it will save the database here, C, Windows, then NTDS. This is the database folder, and log files are saved in this NTDS folder. And this wall folder, it will have the, what do you say, the policies. Okay, so if you want to change the path, you can change the path. If you want to go with the default setting, you will click next. And if you see here, you will get this review your selection option. So configure this server as the first Active Directory domain controller. So guys, this is the first Active Directory domain controller in our network, and the domain name is ms.com, NetBIOS name is MS, forest function level is 2016, which means this server will work with Windows Server 2016. Okay, and global catalog, it has already automatically selected, and DNS, you can see it is installing here. And we'll click next now. And it is verifying the prerequisites for domain controller. It is checking whether this server is compatible with the domain controller or not. So if you see here, prerequisite checks passed successfully, click install to begin the installation. So we'll click install. It will install the domain controller. So it is waiting for DNS installation to finish. So if you see, it is waiting for DNS installation to finish. So it is installing the DNS as well. So it has installed the DNS and it will restart the server after the installation of ADDS and DNS. where the server is. Restart it. Let us log on. After that, we'll verify whether this server is a domain controller or not. So if you go to tools, you will see the Active Directory services, Active Directory Administrative Center, Active Directory Domains and Trust, Active Directory module. Okay. And if you go to this PC, then properties, previously it was in workgroup. Now you will see it is a part of domain ms.com. We'll go to advanced system settings. We'll go to computer name. Under this computer name, if you observe here, now it is saying domain ms.com. Okay, and still it is not confirmed whether it is a domain controller or not. We'll go to command prompt. Then we'll type this command net accounts. So if you see here, the computer role primary, which means this is the domain controller. Okay. So if you see this primary,
And guys, we need to create 2 more virtual machines. Create virtual machines for member server and workstation. We'll see what is the meaning of this member server and workstation. So what we will do, we will create 2 virtual machines. On one virtual machine, we will install Windows Server 2022. On other machines, we will install Windows 10. Okay. So guys, you don't have only one server in your network, you will have multiple servers. So for multiple servers, we need multiple virtual machines. So we'll create 2 virtual machines now. We'll provide the path. We'll create one folder here and we'll provide the name as server2, server-02. Click OK. Then we'll provide the virtual machine name as server-02. Then we'll click next. So we'll go with the default setting. Okay, finish. Your virtual machine is created. Now we will install the operating system. Edit virtual machine settings. CD DVD. Use ISO image. Browse. Software. ISO image. And Windows Server 2022. Then we'll click OK. And we'll start the virtual machine. It is the same process which we have seen yesterday. You need to press any key, then Windows setup. Meantime, we will create one more virtual machine. We'll click next. I will install the operating system later. Next. Excuse me, guys. So we'll install the Microsoft Windows, but on this third virtual machine, we'll install Windows 10 operating system. So we need to select Windows 10 operating system. Then we'll click next. Again, we'll provide the path. We'll go to C. Then we'll create one folder. And we'll give the name to this folder as workstation 1. Okay, this name should be appeared here. Then we'll click OK. And we'll click next. So we'll provide the name of this virtual machine as well, like workstation 1. Then we'll click next, finish. Then we'll provide the path to the ISO image. So you can see the virtual machine is created. Edit virtual machine. Then we'll go to CD DVD, use ISO image file, and we'll go to desktop, software, ISO images, and we'll install this option. Okay, Windows 10, and we'll click OK, and we'll power on the virtual machine. So you need to press key, then it will start the installation. Now here, if you see on server 2, we are installing Windows Server 2022. We'll click next. We'll click install now. On Windows 10, we'll click next and we'll click install now. On workstation 1, it will install the Windows 10. On server 2, it is installing Windows Server 2022. So we'll go with Windows Server 2022 Data Center Desktop Experience. Then we'll click next. We'll accept the license agreement. Then we'll click next. And we are going to install the operating system from scratch. So we will select the second option. And here we'll click new. Apply. It will create the partitions for supporting files. In partition 1 and partition 2, it will store the supporting files. In partition 3, it will install the operating system. And this is your C partition. We'll click next, and it will follow these steps. Okay, it will copy the Microsoft Server operating system files, and it will get the files ready. After that, it will install the features. Then it will install the updates. Then it will finish up the installation. So let us go to workstation 1. Here it is asking for a key. So you will say, I don't have a product key. We are using the trial version, and we'll install Windows 10 Professional, and we'll click next. And we'll accept the license, and then we'll click next. Again, we need to install the operating system from the scratch. The first option is to upgrade the operating system. So we are not upgrading the operating system. We are installing the operating system from scratch. So we'll select the second option. We'll click new. It will create the partitions, supporting partitions. Then we'll install the operating system on the third partition. This will be our C. Then again, on Windows 10 also, it will copy the files. It will make the files ready. Then it will install the features. It will install the updates. Then it will finish. Okay, so Windows Server is installed and Windows 10 is also installed on this server, and we have promoted this server to domain controller. Then guys, before ending the class, what we have done, we have created two virtual machines. Okay, and in one virtual machine we have installed Windows Server 2022. On other virtual machine we have installed Windows 10 machine. Let us move forward. So topology will close it. Now guys, before moving forward, you should remember these terminologies. Okay, they are very important. Okay, if you know the difference between these terminologies, you will get the advanced concepts. Okay, so domain controller, as we have discussed, it is a server that controls the domain, which means the domain controller controls the logical network. And what is the domain? Domain is a logical network, and we have ADDS. To install domain controller, we must install a special service called ADDS. Okay, we have some other terminologies as well. Okay, the first terminology is client. What is the meaning of this client? The machine which is joined the domain is called as a client. So we have a domain, okay, like ms.com, and so these are the machines, they have not joined to the domain. Okay, when you join these machines to domain, they are called as clients. Okay, so client means the machine which is joined the domain, and there are two types of clients in the domain model. We have one member server. Okay, what is this member server? The machine which is joined the domain with server operating system installed. Let us say you have installed, you have one server and you have installed Windows Server 2022, and you have joined this machine with server operating system to ms.com domain. So it is called as member server because we have installed server operating system on this machine and we have joined this machine to ms.com. It is called as member server. What is the use of this member server? We will discuss it later. Okay, and if you see here the machine which is joined to domain with server operating system, it is called as member server. Example, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2022. And server operating system, it is an operating system that is designed to be used on server. Okay, you will take one server machine and you will install the server operating system. It is used to provide the services to multiple clients. So this server operating system is used to provide the services to multiple clients, and it can serve multiple clients at a time, and it is very advanced operating system. So this server operating system is used to provide the services to multiple clients, and it is very advanced operating system. Okay guys, so we have two types of clients. One is member server and we have workstation. This workstation, the machine is joined the domain with client operating system. Installed is called as workstation. So you have one computer, let us say you have installed Windows 10 operating system. So this Windows 10 operating system is a client operating system and you have joined the domain ms.com. Then it will become workstation. Okay, so you have two types of clients. One is member server, the other one is workstation. Member server, you will install server operating system on a machine and you will join the domain, and you will install client operating system on a machine and you will join the domain, and it will become workstation. Now guys, let us see when to install a member server. So we have seen that machine with Windows Server operating system installed, it called as member server. But what is the use? When to install this member server? So we have domain controller in our network. So this is a domain controller. Okay, and the IP address of this domain controller is 10.0.0.1, and the server name is server-01. So we already have one domain controller in our network, and our requirement is to install the servers like DHCP server, file server, print server, and web server. So we can install these services. We can install DHCP service, file server, print server, web server on this domain controller. Okay, but what will happen if you install all the services on the domain controller itself? Server performance will be reduced, and if one server goes down, all the services goes down. Okay, if this server goes down, DHCP, file server, print server, and web server, all the services goes down. So we can't install some applications like SAP and SAP on DC. So we have some services which can't be installed on domain controller like SAP. So this is the problem here. If you try to install all the services on domain controller. So what is the solution? The solution, so installing multiple services on domain controller is not a good idea. So instead of installing multiple services on domain controller, we will install them on separate member servers. Okay, you will take one server, you will install Windows Server operating system like Windows Server 2022, and you will install DHCP service. Then you will take one more server and you will install Windows Server operating system. Then you will install web service and so on. So each server will have separate service. So if this server goes down, it will not impact the other services. So instead of installing multiple services on domain controller, we will install them on separate member servers. So if one server goes down, it will not affect the other server. And what is the requirement to make the member server? System with Windows Server operating system installed like Windows Server 2008, 2012 or 2022, etc. And should be in workgroup. And guys, we are going to configure the IP address from 10.0.0.0 network because we have already configured one IP address on domain controller from this network, which is 10.0.0.1. So we'll use the same network. Okay, we will configure the IP address from the same network. Okay, so this will be the IP address of member server. So this is a logical connectivity, and we'll configure preferred DNS as 10.0.0.1. So preferred DNS will be our domain controller IP address. Then we will join this machine to domain manually because it is in a work group. Okay, manually we need to join the machine to the domain ms.com. After joining the machine to domain, it will be called as client or member server. Okay, it will be called as client, and this client is having server operating system installed, so it will be called as member server. So system with server operating system installed is called as member server. So guys, our lab. So what we will do now, we'll configure the IP address and preferred DNS. Okay, so we have already installed one. We have created one virtual machine and we have installed Windows Server 2022. Okay, in our last class, before ending the class, we have created two virtual machines, and on one virtual machine we have installed Windows Server 2022. On the other virtual machine we have installed Windows 10 operating system. So now what we will do, we will go to these machines and we'll configure the IP address. So we'll configure the IP address. So we'll configure 10.0.0.2 IP address on this Windows Server operating system, and the subnet mask will be 255.0.0.0, and preferred DNS IP address PDNS will be 10.0.0.1. This is the IP address of our domain controller. Then what we will do, we will join the client or we will join the server to the domain. So in member server, no need to install the Active Directory. Okay, and you must visit all the machines and join them to domain manually. So this is a manual process, guys, and you will have to go to each and every computer. You will have to join all the machines to domain manually. We will see how to join the domain. Then we'll verify the things. Okay, whether it has joined to the domain or not. It has joined to domain ms.com or not, and we'll run this net accounts command as well to verify it is a server or not, member server or not. Okay, so let us do this lab first. So guys, this is our domain controller server one. So what we will do now, we will change the name to DC or domain controller before moving forward. We'll click OK. And this server name is server-2, and we have just installed the operating system. Okay, and we need to provide the password. So automatically it will create the administrator username, and we need to provide the password. So let us provide the same password, mcse123 $, mcse123 $. Okay guys, so after installing the operating system, we need to install the drivers. Okay, so how will you install the drivers? You will go, very good. You will go to VM, then you will go to install VMware tools. Okay, VMware tools will install the drivers. Okay, so this is the fresh installation. After installing the operating system, we didn't do anything. Let us log on to this machine. Okay guys, so we have logged on to this server, and on the desktop we have only one icon. We need to set up all the icons. So how will you set up all the icons? You will go to start, right click, then you will go to settings. Then we'll go to personalization. Under this personalization, we'll go to themes. Under themes, we'll go to desktop icon settings. And here we'll check all the icons: computers, user files, network, control panel. Recycle bin is already checked here. So if you see the desktop, you will find all the icons. And guys, if you observe here, the screen is not full because the drivers are not installed or VMware tool is not installed. So we need to install the VMware tool and you will get the big screen, the complete screen here. Install VMware tools. Then you will go to this PC. Then you will go to DVD drive. You click next, next, install. So it will install the VMware tools. So guys, VMware tools are installed and we'll click finish and it will restart the computer. Okay, so let us click yes. So you can see we are getting the full screen now because the drivers are installed. Let us log on to this server. Now guys, what we need to do here, we'll configure the IP address. Okay, so the domain controller IP address is, the IP address of domain controller is 10.0.0.1. So we will configure the IP address on this server as 10.0.0.2 and preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1. This is the IP address of domain controller. Okay, and we'll change the host name as well. So by default, the server will provide the computer name. Okay, any random computer name. So we need to provide any meaningful name to the computer. We'll provide server dash 02. So first change the name of this server. How to change the server name? You will go to this PC, right click, properties. Then you will select this option, rename this PC. By default, this is the name of this server, win-214gme. So we need to provide some meaningful name like server-02. And we'll click next. So again, when you rename the computer, it required restart. Okay, so we'll select this option, restart later. Then guys, we have changed the name. After changing the name, we will configure the IP address. So you will go to search ncpa.cpl. And we'll go to network properties, IP version 4, and the IP address will be 10.0.0.2. Then the preferred DNS will be the IP address of our domain controller, because on this domain controller we have installed DNS. So this is the DNS server as well. So 10.0.0.1. IP address is configured. We'll click OK. Then we'll click close here. Now guys, what we will do, we'll join this server to domain. So if you see this network adapter, it is saying unidentified network. When we join this server to domain, you will see ms.com here. Okay, and here let us join this server to domain ms.com. So again, you will go to this PC, right click, then you will go to advanced system settings. Under this system properties, you will go to computer name. And guys, if you see here, this computer is in work group. It has not joined to the domain ms.com. Okay, so we will join this server to ms.com domain. So how will you join? You will select this option change, and you will select this option. You will go to more. Okay, just 1 second, guys. What happened? Okay, no problem. First, we'll restart the computer. Okay, because the restart is pending, that is why we are unable to join this server to domain. It is restarted. Okay, we'll wait for few seconds. We'll let this server settle down. We'll go to this PC, right click, properties. Again, we'll go to advanced system settings. To join this server to domain, then you will select this change option. Now we can join this server to domain. Okay, we can select this option. Then we'll type the domain name ms.com. Then you will click OK. Then you will type the administrator username and password. administrator@ms.com. Password is mcse123#. Then we'll click OK. Now it will contact the domain controller, and you can see it has this computer is joined to ms.com. It is welcoming us, welcome to the ms.com domain. Then we'll click OK. And again, after joining any computer to domain, we need to restart that computer. So let us restart it. This computer is restarted. after joining the domain. Let us verify whether it has joined the domain or not. So we'll wait for a few seconds. Let us verify. So we'll go to this PC, right click, properties, and if you see here, full device name is server-2.ms.com. And if you see whether it has joined the domain or not, again you will go to advanced system settings, then you will go to computer name, and if you see here, previously it was showing work group, now it is showing domain.ms.com, which means it has joined the domain now. And how will you verify whether it is a domain controller or member server? So you will go to command prompt, and net accounts. So when you type this command, if it is a member server, you will see server here, and if it is a domain controller, you will see primary. So let me show you. Net accounts. Okay, primary means it is a domain controller. If you see server, which means it is a member server. And on member server, you don't need to install the Active Directory. You don't need to promote this server as a domain controller. Only you need to join the server to the domain. That's it. Okay, guys. So we have done this lab. We have configured the IP address and preferred DNS. We have verified the IP address. Let us verify the IP address. What is the IP address? Using ipconfig command. So this is the IP address. We have configured 10.0.0.2. And we can check the connectivity as well. So we should check whether it is pinging or not. So we'll go to 10.0.0.2 and ping 10.0.0.1. So it is getting the response as well. Okay, then we have already joined the client to the domain. After that, guys, when to install the workstations. We have seen when to install the member server. Now let us try to understand when to install the workstation. So workstations obtain the services from the member server, like DHCP server, file server, print server, web server, etc. To access these services, you need a machine with client operating system installed. So these are the client machines, and they will take the services from the server. Okay, and if you purchase the same operating system in bulk, you will get the discount from Microsoft. So let us say you want to install the workstations. Okay, you have hundreds of computers and you want to install the client operating system, all those hundreds of machines. So what you will do, you will purchase the same operating system in bulk, like Windows 10. All the hundreds of machines will get installed Windows 10 operating system. If purchase the same operating system, you will get the discount from Microsoft. And you will get one more advantage of purchasing the same operating system. Let us say if you get an error in one machine, the same solution will be applied to all the machines. Okay, if the operating systems are different, the solutions will be different. So from here, you will install this is the link to install the Windows client operating system or Windows 10 operating system. Okay, so the requirement system, we need to join the workstation to domain. Now we have joined the member server to domain. Now we will join the workstation to domain. So what is the requirement? System with Windows client operating system installed, like Windows 7, Windows 8 or Windows 10, and should be in work group, and we will configure the IP address 10.0.0. Let us configure 10.0.0.20. Okay, so we'll configure the IP address from the same network and it will form the logical connectivity, and preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1. After that, we'll join the machine to domain manually because it is in work group. After joining the machine to domain, it will be called as client, and the system with client operating system, it is called as workstation. Okay, so guys, we need to configure the IP address and preferred DNS. Then we'll verify the IP address using ipconfig command. Then we'll ping the domain controller. Then we'll join the workstation to domain. Okay, so we have already installed the Windows operating system yesterday. In our last class, we have created one virtual machine and we had installed the Windows 10 operating system and we had given the name to this virtual machine as workstation 1. Now what we will do, we will log on to this computer and we'll install the drivers. After installing the drivers, we'll configure the IP address from 10.0.0.0 network. Preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1. Okay, after that we'll join the domain and we'll change the computer name as well. So we had just installed the operating system. Okay, and now it is creating the profiles for you. Okay, and it is doing some settings here. It is making the system ready. So guys, we are setting up the Windows 10 operating system for organization. So we'll select the second option. Then we'll click next. And you will select this option, join domain instead. And you will provide the name here. Then you will click next. The password, so we'll provide the same password. MCSC 123 hash dollar. And we'll confirm the password MCSE 123 hash dollar. Then we'll click next. And we need to provide some security questions, answers here. Okay. It is like, where were you born? So Hyderabad. Next, second security question, nickname, Asif. And the third security question, pet name, anything. We'll click next. Just 1 second. We need to accept. So this Windows 10 takes a lot of time. Servers are not taking much time here. So guys, any doubt till here?
No. No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Alright guys, so let us set up the icons first. We'll go to start, right click on start, then settings, then we'll personalization, we'll go to personalization, then we'll go to themes, desktop icon settings, then we check the icons, all the icons are available here. Now guys, we'll change the name and we'll install the tools. Workstation 1. We'll click next. Restart later. Then we'll install VMware tools. Next install. Finish and we'll restart the computer now. It is restarted. Let us log on to this machine. Okay, so let us configure the IP address on this machine from 10.0.0.0 network. So we'll configure any IP address. Let us configure 10.0.0.200 and preferred DNS it will be 10.0.0.1. You click OK and we'll verify the IP address. The IP address is 10.0.0.200. We'll ping the domain controller 10.0.0.1. It is pinging. Okay, so so it is not the part of domain. Let us join this computer to domain. Then we'll verify. We'll go to properties. Then we'll go to advanced system settings. Then we'll go to computer name. Under computer name, select this change option, domain ms.com. Then we'll click OK. Administrator @ You are currently offline. Okay. Administrator. You need to select English US @ms.com. Then password MCSE123 $. Then we'll click OK. Again, we need to restart this machine. Okay, let us verify this computer has joined the domain or not. We'll wait for a few seconds. We'll go to this PC, properties, advanced system settings, computer, and you can see it is a part of ms.com domain. Okay, and if you go to command prompt and you will type net accounts, it will show you workstation. Okay, it is a workstation, it is a member server, and this is the domain controller or primary. Okay, so we have successfully done all these labs. Okay, so now guys, you might be thinking, why can't we use the server operating system for workstation? Why these different operating systems? So you have hundreds of computers, and if we install the server operating system on all the hundreds of computers, you need to pay a lot. They are very expensive server operating systems, and it will be difficult for users to manage the server operating system. Okay, so and why can't we use the client operating system for member servers? Okay, so this client operating system, it is a basic operating system which doesn't have the advanced features like server operating system, but it is an user friendly operating system and it is cheap, which has enough features to access the services from server. So that is why we don't use. So now guys, our new topic is permissions. Under this permissions, we'll see account lockout policy. Let us try to understand what is this account lockout policy. So by default, users can attempt unlimited wrong passwords. Okay, but we can set up the limit for wrong password attempts using account lockout policy. You guys, let us say one user is there and we have provided him the password 123, but he is entering the wrong password. So he can enter unlimited wrong passwords and his account will not be locked by default. Let me show you. Let us log on with Satya. Okay, we have changed the password. I think 12123. Let us enter the wrong password. Password is incorrect. Again, the password is incorrect, but it will not disable the password, this username, Satya. It will allow unlimited wrong passwords. So guys, we can set the limits. Okay, we can set the limit to 3 wrong password. If he enters 3 wrong password, the account should be disabled. Okay, so this is the account lockout policy. So by default, users can attempt unlimited wrong passwords, but we can set up the limit for wrong password attempts using account lockout policy. And guys, our requirement is like user can enter maximum 3 wrong passwords, then account should be locked. So how will you set the limit? Again, you will go to server manager, then you will go to tools, Under these tools, you will select, it is not showing up here. You need to select the policy. Just 1 second. You will select this group policy management option. Okay guys, so you will go to server manager. Under this server manager, you will go to tools. Under tools, you will go to group policy management. Then this window will be opened. So you will expand forest domains ms.com. You will get the default policy option. Then you will right click and you will edit it. Then you will get this window. After that, you will expand computer configuration. Then you will expand policies. Then you will expand Windows settings. Then again you will expand security settings. Under the security settings, we have three options. Password policies, which we have already seen, and the second option is account lockout policy. So you will select this account lockout policy, and you will get these three options. The first option is account lockout duration. The second option is account lockout threshold. The third option is reset account lockout counter after not defined. So what is the first option? Account lockout duration. So the time in minutes that the account will be locked off. So let us say you have entered 3 wrong passwords. Okay, and you will provide the time. So for how many minutes this account should be disabled. So we can give 0 to 99,999 minutes. So when set to 0, account will be remain locked until the administrator manually unlocks it. If you give 0 and user has given the 3 wrong passwords, so it will be locked. He will contact you and you will disable it. Okay, and account lockout threshold. So what is the meaning of this option? The number of failed attempts and user is allowed. So we will provide 3 here. It is 0, which means it can enter unlimited wrong password. So we'll give the limit here to 3. If the value is 0, the account will not lock out. The setting can be from 0 to 999. So we can maximum allow the users to enter 999 wrong passwords. Then reset account lockout counter after. So reset account lockout counter after 0 to minimum you can give 0 and maximum you can give 99,999 minutes. Okay, so let us say if you have given 1, so after 1 minute the account will be reset. User can log on. Okay, so you can give the value from 0 to 99,999 minutes. So let us do this lab, guys. So we need to update the policy. Okay, so we must update the group policy after the changes using this command gp update, and we'll try to log on with wrong passwords and the account will be locked. And how to unlock? User should wait for the counter to reset or he should contact the administrator. So administrator will go to the user. Let us say we will try with bill user. Okay, so we'll go to bill user, right click, then we'll go to accounts and you will get this option here, unlock account. Okay, so we'll select this unlock option, and after that what we will do, we will log in with correct password. So let us do this lab, account lockout. So again we'll close all the windows. We'll do it from scratch. We'll go to server manager, or we can bring this server manager here. Then we'll go to tools. Under this tools, we'll go to group policy management. Under group policy management, we'll expand forest domains ms.com. Then default group policy, we'll right click to this default group policy, edit. Then computer configuration, policies, then Windows settings, then security settings, then account policies. Under this account policies, we'll select account lockout policy. And here we'll give the lockout threshold to 3. We'll click OK. Okay, then we'll click OK here. So 3 invalid logons attempt. Then we'll update the group policy. GP update. Okay guys, so what we will do, we will try to log on with Bill. And we'll provide the wrong password. So it is like when you enter the wrong password at the time of withdrawing the money in ATM. Okay, your password, your card will be locked. Okay, you need to contact the bank to enable your card. So it was the second attempt. Third attempt. Let us try to log in for the fourth time. Okay, and we are getting this message: the referenced account is currently locked out, may not be logged on to. Okay, so it is locked. So this user has to contact the administrator. Administrator will unlock this account. So how the administrator will unlock? Again, he will go to server manager, tools, Active Directory, users and computers, and he will go to the user bill, right click, properties, accounts, And if you see here, we need to check this option, unlock account. So this account is currently locked out on this Active Directory domain controller. So we need to unlock this account. Then you will apply the setting. Okay. Then guys, we'll go to the workstation and we log on with correct password. Okay, so user's password must be changed before signing in because we have selected that option. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Please changing that option, then your password has been changed. We are able to log on to this workstation using bill user. So again, we are dealing with permissions, and in this section we will restrict the users. So by default, a domain user can log on to all the client computers, workstation and member server. So let us say we have created one user bill and his password is 1, 2, 3. So this bill user by default, he can log on to all the computers in the network. There is no restriction here by default, but we can restrict the user to log into a specific client. Example, Bill can log in only to workstation 1. Okay, so how to do this? So our requirement is like Bill can access only workstation 1. So the steps, will log on to domain controller. Okay, then we'll go to server manager. Then we'll go to tools. Then we'll go to Active Directory, users and computers. Then we'll go to users. Okay, here. And we'll select this bill user. Okay, because we want to restrict this user to access workstation 1. So we'll right click on Bill Gates. Okay, then we'll go to accounts. And guys, we need to copy and paste the computer name. Okay, so the computer name is workstation 1. So Bill can log in to workstation 1 only. Okay, he can't log on to the other computers. So then we will do the verification. We'll try to log in to workstation 1 using Bill. So he will be allowed to access workstation 1. And if we try to access the member server, he won't be able to access it. So guys, before restricting Bill, what we will do, we will try to log in to this member server and workstation 1. So let us log in this member server using Bill account. The password is 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you see, this Bill user is able to log on this member server and he can log on to workstation. And if you have hundreds of computers, this Bill user can log on to all those 100 computers by default without any restriction. But this time what we will do, we will restrict this Bill to log on to only workstation 1. So we'll go to domain controller. We'll close all the windows. We'll open the server manager. We'll go to tools. Okay, we'll go to Active Directory users and computers. Then guys, we'll go to this user bill. Right click. Then we'll go to properties. Then we'll go to accounts. And here we'll select this option log on to. And by default, if you see here, he is allowed to access all the computers. But what we will do, we will restrict him to access only one computer, which is workstation 1. Let us take the name. We'll go to this computer, properties. And here it is. The device name is workstation 1. Copy. Then we'll go to computer name and we'll paste it here. Okay, so it is not taking. So let us type it manually. Workstation -1. Then we'll add this computer. Then we'll click OK, apply and OK. Now guys, we'll log out from this member server. Previously it was able to log in. Then we'll try to log in this member server one more time. One, two, three, four. If you see, your account is configured to prevent you from using this PC. Please try another PC. So we'll go to workstation 1 and he should access this workstation 1. So the password is 1234. And if you see, this bill user is able to access workstation 1. He won't be able to access the other computers. So guys, we'll set the logon hours for users. By default, a domain user can log in to clients anytime. Okay, so they are allowed to access 24/7 by default. But we can restrict the user to log in at a specific time. Like Satya can log in to clients only from Monday to Friday between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, by default, he can log into any device at any time. Okay, 24/7. So we can restrict them. So how to restrict them? Again, our requirement is like Satya can log into clients only from Monday to Friday between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So the steps, you will open the server manager, then you will go to tools, then you will select the Active Directory users and computers, and you will select the user Satya. Okay, so after selecting the Satya again, right click properties, then you will go to accounts. After selecting the accounts, you will select this option, log on hours. Then you will get this window. So here you will select the timing. I will show you how to do it. So guys, let us go to Satya. Let us click, let us close all the things and we'll do it from scratch. We'll go to tools, Active Directory users and computers. Then we'll select the user Satya. Okay, and We'll go to properties. Then we'll go to accounts, log on hours. So if you see, green means he can access the computer from Sunday to Saturday at any time from 12 to 12. Okay, 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. But we want to restrict him. So what we will do, we will select this option, log on denied, and our requirement is from Monday to Friday and 10 to 6. So we'll select this option, Monday to Friday, 10 to 6. If you see here, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then we'll select this option, login permitted. So green means it is permitted from Monday to Friday and 10 to 6 p.m. So we'll select this, we'll click OK, apply, OK. Okay guys, so now what we will do, we'll try to log in with Satya. We'll change the password to 123. We'll click OK. Then we'll go to this workstation 1, sign out. Password is 123. And you will get this message. Your account has time restrictions that prevent you from signing in at this time. Please try again later. Okay, so you can restrict the users based on time. And we'll go to Satya properties, accounts, log on hours, and we'll permit from Sunday to Saturday at any time. Apply. Okay guys, so let us conclude the session, and if you have any doubt you can ask.
First of all, we will see what is the meaning of virtualization. In computing, the term virtualization refers to a digital copy of something real. So virtualization is a digital copy of real things. Like the characters in computer games are the digital copies of humans. In this example, these are the computer game characters. They are the digital copies of humans. These virtual copies are appearing to exist. If you see, they are appearing to exist, but not existing in the physical world. So they are not existing in the physical world. We cannot touch them. This is the meaning of virtualization. In this video, we will see types of virtualization. There are many virtualization types available, like storage virtualization, network virtualization, desktop virtualization, and server virtualization. In this course, we will discuss server virtualization using VMware vSphere example to understand the virtualization concepts. To understand the server virtualization, we must understand the traditional way to deploy the servers first. Let us understand the traditional way to deploy the servers. The traditional data centers or server rooms. Server rooms means it is a room where we install the server. So traditional server rooms are filled with several physical servers. So if you visit any traditional server room or data center, you will see so many servers installed in the server room. Okay, in this example, we have some racks. In each rack, you will install the physical servers. If you see, these racks are having multiple physical servers installed. These physical servers. Okay, so we have multiple racks in our server rooms or data center, and each rack will have multiple physical servers. So you might be wondering why so many physical servers in the traditional data centers. The answer is it is a common practice to dedicate an individual server to a single application. Let us say you have one application. If you want to install one application, you need one physical server. If you want to install two applications, you need two physical servers. If you want to install 100 applications, you need 100 physical servers. The ratio in the traditional data center is 1:1. In this section, we will discuss why this 1:1 ratio. So after knowing that the traditional networks follow 1:1 ratio, you might be having some questions like, can we install multiple applications on one server or not? The answer is yes, we can install multiple applications on one server. Then you might be having another question. The question is, if we can install multiple applications on one server, why to follow this 1:1 ratio? Why we are not installing all the applications on one server? The answer is, installing multiple applications on one server is having some drawbacks. We'll try to understand the drawbacks using this example. Let us say our requirement is to install the below services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, SQL server, and SAP. So what we will do, we will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install any server operating system. In this example, we have installed Windows Server 2022 operating system. On the top of this operating system, we will install the services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, and SQL server. So the multiple services are installed on one server. So we can install multiple services on one server, and these services are accessed by the user. So imagine you have multiple users in your network. These users will access these services via operating system. Now let us see the drawbacks of installing the multiple services on one server. The first drawback is, if the operating system gets corrupted. Okay, let us say this operating system gets corrupted, all the services are not available to the user because all the services are installed on this operating system and this operating system is not available. So services also are not available. This is the first drawback. The second drawback is, it will slow down the operating system. We are using only one operating system here. This operating system is serving the multiple users and we have installed multiple services on this operating system. So this operating system is having so much of load here. Okay, so it will slow down the operating system and we can't install the services like SAP, SCOM, Oracle on Active Directory. So whenever we install Active Directory on any server, it will not allow the other services to be installed like SAP, SCOM, Oracle, etc. This is the third drawback of installing the multiple services on one server. So to overcome these issues, we will follow 1:1 ratio, where we will purchase the dedicated server for each application, which means if we have 6 applications, we will purchase 6 physical servers. If we have 100 applications, we will purchase 100 physical servers. So in our example, we have 6 applications and services. So we have purchased 6 servers: server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4, server 5, server 6. After purchasing the hardware server, the first thing you will do is you will install the server operating system. So in our example, we have installed Windows Server operating system on all the 6 servers. On the top of it, you will install the application. On server 1, we have installed Active Directory. On server 2, we have installed DNS server. On server 3, we have installed web server. On server 4, we have installed SQL server. On server 5, we have installed SAP. On server 6, we have installed email server. So let us see the advantages of this 1:1 ratio. Let us say this operating system of email server gets corrupted. So only this email services not available to the users. These users can access the other services like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL, and SAP. You need to work only on this server. This is the first advantage The next advantage is you will get the better performance from all the servers because we have installed the applications and services on separate operating system. Okay, so there is very less load on each operating system and you will get the better performance. And the fourth advantage is you can install the softwares like SQL because we are using the separate server here to install the SQL server. So Active Directory will not stop this SQL server to be installed. Dedicating one server to one application is a traditional way of installing the servers and data center. This method has so many drawbacks. So we'll discuss about the drawbacks of traditional data centers, that is 1:1 ratio method. If you are dedicating one server to one application and if you have 100 applications and you need to purchase 100 servers. So if you are using the traditional way, you need multiple servers. If you are using multiple servers, then you need multiple switches and you need to do a lot of cabling. And the next drawback is there is a huge power consumption if you have multiple servers in your data center. So there will be more power consumption when you have a lot of servers and you need to provide 24/7 power supply. In case of power failure, we need to provide the backup as well, power supply backup via UPS and generator, and these generators required fuel. So this is the UPS here, these are the generators and these generators required fuel. And the next drawback is the traditional data centers required extra cooling. Why this cooling? Because servers and related devices generate an enormous heat which risks the data. So ACs must be installed to make them cool. So if you have more number of servers, they will generate more heat and require extra cooling. So in this example, if you see, we have installed ACs here to make the data center cool. We need large space in the traditional data centers because we install multiple servers, multiple networking devices. Then to manage the complete traditional infrastructure, we need huge manpower. We need network engineers, system engineers, technicians, electricians, etc. In short, the traditional data centers consume a lot of money. And the shocking part is, each server in the traditional data center will utilize up to 20% of its resources, which means we are wasting 80% of resources of each server. I have taken the screenshot of one of the computers. If you see here, the CPU utilization is 2% here, memory utilization is 19%, and the hard disk utilization is 0%. So imagine you are spending a lot of money and we are utilizing only 20% of the resources of each server. Despite so many drawbacks, the companies were using the 1:1 ratio only for one reason, and that reason is to provide a separate operating system for separate application. In our example, if you see, we have provided a separate operating system to Active Directory, separate operating system to DNS server, separate operating system to web server, separate operating system to SQL server, separate operating system to SAP, separate operating system to email server. So why we are providing the separate operating system to separate application here? To get the better performance. If this operating system of email server goes down, other services are still available and all the operating system are having the less load, so they can give the better performance. This is the reason we are using 1:1 ratio in the traditional network. To overcome the drawbacks caused by traditional data center, that is 1:1 ratio, we need a solution that allows us to run multiple operating system on one physical server, which means you will take one physical server. On the top of this one physical server, you will run multiple operating system at the same time. On the top of this multiple operating system, you can run different applications. So we need this solution. And the solution is server virtualization. We'll see what is this server virtualization. Server virtualization, it is a technology that allows single physical server to run multiple operating system at the same time. So what this server virtualization will do, it will allow multiple operating systems to run at the same time on one physical server. So with this technology, what you will do, you will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install virtualization software. This virtualization software, what it will do, it will help you to create the virtual machine. So we will create multiple virtual machines here. So we need 6 applications to be installed. So we will create 6 virtual machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the top of this each virtual machine, we will install a separate operating system. If you see here, virtual machine 1 is having its own operating system, virtual machine 2 is having its own operating system, and the same way virtual machine 3, 4, 5, 6, they are having their own operating systems. On the top of this operating systems, you will install the applications like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL server, SAP, and email server. So each application is getting its own operating system here, which is possible with this server virtualization. And let us see the traditional architecture and virtual architecture. With traditional architecture, you will take the physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the server operating system. On the top of this server operating system, you will install the application. With virtual architecture, you will take physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the virtualization software, which is also called as hypervisor. So you will install virtualization software. On the top of this virtualization software, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, here we have created 6 virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. This is the virtual architecture. Or moving forward, we'll see virtualization history. Virtualization was first implemented in 1960s by IBM. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computers. This is the mainframe computer, and mainframe computers are very big. If you see, it is a very big computer which took one big hall to get installed, and they are very expensive as well, and we can't afford to install only one application on one frame computer, which means we can't afford to follow the 1:1 ratio. For better utilization of mainframe computers, virtualization technology was developed. IBM has released an operating system called CPCMS for virtualization in 1960. In 1970, IBM has released one more virtualization software called VM. So these are the virtualization softwares. So you might be wondering, if this virtualization technology has been there since 1960s, why are we adopting it now? So let us try to understand the reason. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computer architecture. It is developed for the mainframe computer architecture. Today, computers like rack server, this is the rack server, and it is based on x86 architecture. So the architecture of mainframe computer and rack server is different. We can't use the mainframe virtualization software on x86 based computers. Okay, because the architecture is different, so we can't use the mainframe softwares to virtualize the rack servers. It is like we can't install the iPhone applications on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So we can't install the iPhone apps on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So in the same way, we can't use the mainframe computer virtualization software in x86 architecture computers. No company has developed the virtualization software for x86 architecture till 1999. VMware is the first company to invent the virtualization for x86 platform in 1990s to address the underutilization and other issues. So VMware is the first company to virtualize the x86 architecture. That is why we are adopting this technology now. Before 1990s, we didn't have any solution to virtualize the x86 architecture. We had the solution to virtualize only the mainframe computers. In this section, we are going to discuss what is VMware. Most of the students think VMware is a virtualization software, but it is a software company that develops virtualization software. It was founded in 1998. VMware provides cloud computing and virtualization software. The company was officially launched in February 1999, and the first product of VMware is VMware Workstation, which was delivered in May 1999. So, VMware is not a virtualization software, it is a company that develops virtualization softwares. VMware is the first company to invent the virtualization for x86 platform in 1990s to address the underutilization and other issues. VMware is a global leader in x86 virtualization today, with over 400,000 customers, including 100% of Fortune 100 companies. So, all the Fortune 100 companies are the VMware customers. And more than 80% of virtualized workloads and a large percentage of business critical applications are running on VMware technology. VMware has multiple products like vCloud Director, which is a cloud delivery service, VMware SD-WAN, which virtualizes the WAN connections, Horizon View is used for desktop virtualization, in-app is used for application virtualization, NSX is used for network virtualization, vSAN is used for storage virtualization, and we have vSphere, which is used for server virtualization. In our course, we are going to see how to virtualize the servers, which means we are going to discuss vSphere, VMware vSphere. In this section, we will discuss what is vSphere. vSphere is a VMware product used to virtualize x86 servers. So, it is a server virtualization product from VMware. vSphere is not a single software. It has multiple components like ESXi, vCenter Server, vMotion, Enhanced vMotion, High Availability, Fault Tolerance, vCenter Single Sign-On. So, these are the multiple components of vSphere. We will discuss about these different components one by one. We will see what is ESXi. So, to understand what is ESXi, we need to understand what is hypervisor first. Okay, so let us see what is hypervisor first, then we will see what is ESXi. Hypervisor, it is a virtualization software. It is installed on the top of physical server. Okay, this is the physical server. If you want to virtualize x86 architecture, you need to install the virtualization software. This virtualization software will create multiple virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system. On the top of operating system, you will install the application. So, we need the virtualization software to be installed on the top of this physical server. This virtualization software is known as hypervisor. The correct terminology of this virtualization software is hypervisor. So it is a virtualization software. It is installed on the top of physical server. You can see we have one physical server and we have installed the hypervisor on the top of this physical server. With the help of this hypervisor, we can create multiple virtual machines. So with the help of this hypervisor, we can create multiple virtual machines and we can run multiple operating systems on physical server at the same time. At the same time, we can run the multiple operating systems. In this section, we will see hypervisor types. There are two types of hypervisors, type 1 hypervisor and type 2 hypervisor. Type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the server's hardware. You will take the server, let us say this is a physical server. On the top of this physical server, hardware, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor, you will take the server. On the top of this server, you will install the operating system, any operating system like Windows Server 2022 or Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows operating system, you will install the hypervisor, then you will create the virtual machines. So type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor will run on the operating system like Windows 10, Windows Server 2022. We'll discuss about these two hypervisors one by one in detail. First, we will see type 2 hypervisor, then we will see what is type 1 hypervisor. Let us discuss about type 2 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor doesn't directly run on the hardware. Instead, it runs on the operating system. To use type 2 hypervisor, what will you do? You will take one computer. On the top of this computer, you will install the operating system like Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows 10 operating system, you will install the type 2 hypervisor. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system. Then you will install the applications on the top of this operating system. This is how you will work with type 2 hypervisor. It will not directly run on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor rarely show up in server-based environment. So we don't use type 2 hypervisor in the real networks. And they are suitable for individual PC users needing to run multiple operating systems without formatting their current operating systems. Let us say you are a software developer and you have one PC. On this PC, you have already installed Windows 10 operating system and you have developed one software and you want to test your software on different operating system like Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system, Linux operating system. So without formatting your computer, what will you do? You will install the type 2 hypervisor on the top of this Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, and on the top of these virtual machines, you will install Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system and Linux operating system, and you can test your software here without formatting your current operating system. Type 2 hypervisor is less secured than type 1 hypervisor because there is a mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. So here if you see, this is the type 2 hypervisor and this is the hardware. Between this type 2 hypervisor and hardware, we have the operating system. So which makes this type 2 hypervisor less secured. And it is very slow as well. It is slower than type 1 hypervisor. Again, the same reason we have the mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. There are different type 2 hypervisors available from different companies. Oracle has VirtualBox, Microsoft has Microsoft Virtual PC, and VMware has VMware Workstation. So these are the type 2 hypervisors. Let us see type 1 hypervisor in detail. A type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the computer's physical hardware. As we have discussed, this type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the physical hardware. So you will take one server. On the top of this server, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. On the top of this hypervisor, type 1 hypervisor, you will create the different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system, like Windows Server operating system. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. If you see here, this is the physical server here, and we are running the type 1 hypervisor on the top of this physical hardware. And it will virtualize the x86 architecture here. We can create the multiple virtual machines. In this example, we have created virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. Okay, in virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3, all these virtual machines, we have installed the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, we have installed the application. So type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the physical hardware, and it will directly interact with the hardware resources of the server like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. So hardware servers are having the resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. As you see, it is having the hardware resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, and DVD drive. This hypervisor will directly interact with these resources, and it is also known as a bare metal hypervisor. Why it is known as a bare metal hypervisor? Because it is sitting directly on the hardware, it is sitting directly on the metal here. That is why it is known as bare metal hypervisor. And type 1 hypervisor is highly efficient because they have direct access to the physical hardware. So this type 1 hypervisor, it is highly efficient because it is interacting the hardware directly. There is no mediator between hypervisor and hardware, and it increases the security because there is nothing between hypervisor and hardware. There are different type 1 hypervisors available from different companies. Oracle has Oracle VM, Microsoft has Microsoft Hyper-V, VMware has its hypervisor called VMware ESXi, which virtualizes x86 architecture. So VMware hypervisor name is ESXi, and ESXi is responsible to virtualize the x86 architecture, or we can say ESXi is responsible to take the virtual copy of physical hardware. And ESXi is the core component of vSphere. So guys, we have discussed that vSphere is having multiple components, which includes ESXi. So ESXi is the core component because this is the software, this is the operating system which virtualizes the x86 architecture. That is why it is a core component. Without this ESXi, there is no use of vSphere. In our previous videos, we have discussed what is hypervisor. Now it will be very easy for us to understand what is ESXi. So let us see ESXi in detail. ESXi stands for Elastic Sky X Integrated. ESXi is the VMware's type 1 hypervisor. So as we have discussed, type 1 hypervisor is installed on the top of physical server. So what you will do, you will take the physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the ESXi. After installing the ESXi, we can create multiple virtual machines. So with the help of this ESXi, we can create multiple virtual machines: VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4. And on the top of this virtual machines, we will install the operating system. Okay, we'll install the operating system and we can run these multiple operating system on the same physical server at the same time. ESXi shares the resources of physical server with multiple virtual machines. So in this example, if you see, we have one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, we have created 3 virtual machines: VM1, VM2, VM3. Okay, then we have installed the operating system on each virtual machine. Then we have installed the application on the top of this operating system. This physical server is having some resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, and DVD drive. Okay, these are the physical resources of this physical server. So what this ESXi will do, ESXi shares the resources of physical server. Okay, it will share, this ESXi will share the resources of this physical server with these virtual machines. Okay, and resources are nothing but, you can say, CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive, and the server with ESXi installed is referred to as the host or ESXi host. So this server is having the ESXi installed and this server is referred as host or ESXi host. And the most important point is, this ESXi is the core component of vSphere. In this section, we will discuss about DCUI. DCUI stands for Direct Console User Interface, and it is a console of ESXi. Okay, this is the console of this ESXi. This is the DCUI. It is used to do the initial configuration of ESXi host, like configuring the host name, IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, etc. To access DCUI, you need to be physically available in front of server. You will access the server directly. DCUI is used for initial configuration only. We can't perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, switches via DCUI. If you see here, we don't have any option to create the virtual machine or virtual switches here, which means we can't perform the advanced things via DCUI. It is used to do the initial configuration only. To perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, switches, we need to use the VMware host client. In this section, we will discuss what is VMware host client. It is used to perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, virtual switches. So if you want to create virtual machine, virtual switch, you will use VMware host client, and this is the VMware host client. And if you see here, it is having the option to create the virtual machine. So we can create the virtual machine, we can manage the storage, and with the help of this networking option, we can create the virtual switches as well. So it is a web-based application and it is used to manage only one ESXi host per session. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of this sentence. So let us say we have taken one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi and we have configured the IP address 192.168.140.10 on this ESXi host using DCUI. Now we want to create the virtual machine. We want to manage this ESXi host. So what will you do? You will access this ESXi host from your laptop remotely. you will open the browser and you will type the IP address 192.168.140.10 and you will get this interface. Okay. So here we have only one ESXi host and we are accessing this ESXi host from our laptop remotely using one session. Let us say in your environment, you have multiple ESXi hosts. Okay, let us say you have ESXi1, ESXi2, ESXi3, ESXi4. And the IP addresses of these ESXi hosts are 192.168.140.10, 192.168.140.20, 192.168.140.30, 192.168.140.40. So we have 4 ESXi hosts, and if you want to manage all the 4 ESXi hosts using VMware host client, we need to create 4 sessions. Let us try to understand what does it mean by creating 4 sessions for managing the 4 ESXi hosts. So if you want to manage the ESXi host, okay, you will manage it by your PC remotely. So you will take the PC, and if you want to manage the ESXi1, you will open the web browser and you will type the IP address of ESXi1 192.168.140.10. A separate session is created. If you want to manage the ESXi host 2, again you will open the browser, then you will type the IP address 192.168.140.20. A second session is created. For the other ESXi host, okay, separate session is created. So in this example, we have created 4 separate sessions to manage the 4 ESXi hosts. If you have hundreds of ESXi hosts in your network, you will create 100 sessions. So let us say you don't want to create a separate session for separate ESXi host. You want to manage all the ESXi hosts with one session, then you will use vCenter server. In this section, we will discuss about vCenter server. VMware vCenter server is an advanced server management software. So vCenter server is a software. It is used to manage multiple ESXi hosts with one session centrally. So let us say we have 4 ESXi hosts. We have ESXi1, ESXi2, ESXi3, ESXi4. And the IP addresses of these 4 hosts are like 192.168.140.10, 192.168.140.20, 192.168.140.30, 192.168.140.40. And we want to access all the ESXi hosts, we want to manage them. So instead of creating 4 separate sessions here, what you will do, you will take one server. On this server, you will install vCenter server software. Okay, after installing the vCenter server software on this server, you will configure one IP address. Let us say the IP address of this vCenter server is 192.168.140.100. Then you will add all the 4 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server. After adding all the 4 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server, we will manage them from our PC. Okay, so you will go to your PC and you will open the web browser and you will type the IP address of this vCenter server 192.168.140.100 and you will be connecting to the vCenter server with one session, unlike VMware host client. Okay, with one session, you will access the vCenter server. Via vCenter server, you will manage the multiple ESXi hosts. So in this example, if you see, we have 3 ESXi hosts, 1, 2, 3, and we have one vCenter server. We have added all the 3 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server and we are managing these 3 ESXi hosts from the web client via vCenter server with one session. So besides managing the multiple ESXi hosts from a central point, vCenter server is mandatory to use the advanced features like vMotion, enhanced vMotion, high availability, fault tolerance, distributed resource scheduler, VM cloning, and much more. So if you don't have vCenter server, you cannot use these advanced features of VMware vSphere, or we cannot use these components of VMware vSphere. We'll discuss about these features one by one. In this section, we will discuss about vMotion. The migration of live virtual machine from one host to another host is called vMotion. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of this sentence with this example. Let us say we have one physical server, and on the top of this physical server we have installed ESXi. And it will become the ESXi host. Let us say the host name is ESXi1. Then on the top of this ESXi, we will create 3 virtual machines. We have virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. On the top of this virtual machine, we have installed the operating system, server operating system. Then on the top of this server operating system, we have installed the applications. Applications like SQL Server, this is our database server. Then we have installed web server and Active Directory. And these services are accessed by the users. Okay, everything is working fine. After some times, this ESXi1 is running very slow. It is giving some issues. Okay, so to fix these issues, we need to shut down this server. If you shut down this ESXi host, these services will not be available to the users. This is the problem here. Okay, if you have only one ESXi host in your network, and if it is down, all the virtual machines will not be available to the user. So what you will do, you will take one more ESXi host. Okay, you will take one more server. Let us say you have installed ESXi on the top of this server, and let us say it is ESXi2. So this ESXi1 is having some issues. It is running very slow, and we need to fix it. We need to do the maintenance of this ESXi1. To do the maintenance, we need to shut it down. So we will not shut this ESXi1 right away. Before shutting it down, we will migrate the virtual machines of this ESXi1 to ESXi2. And the procedure, the method of migrating the live virtual machines from one ESXi host to another ESXi host is called vMotion. So vMotion is used to migrate the live virtual machines from one ESXi host to another ESXi host without affecting any services. So guys, this is the beauty of virtualization, or this is the beauty of vMotion, where we are migrating the live virtual machine from one server to another server without affecting any services. Servers will be working during the migration. VMware referred this technology as vMotion, but for me, it is a vMagic. In this section, we'll discuss about storage vMotion. Storage vMotion is used to migrate the live virtual machine files from one storage to another storage during maintenance or upgrade. So guys, to understand this sentence, to understand what is storage vMotion, we need to have the understanding of virtual machine. So first we'll see what is virtual machine, then we'll discuss about storage vMotion. So virtual machine is a software computer. Software computer means it is a collection of multiple files. Okay, so multiple files makes one virtual machine. So these files must be saved somewhere, correct? So these files are saved on storage. So let us take this example to understand what is storage vMotion, what is virtual machine. Let us say we have one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, we have created some virtual machines. VM1, VM2, VM3. As we have discussed, it is a software computer and it is a collection of multiple files. So these files must be saved somewhere. So these files are saved in a storage. This storage will have the VM1 files, VM2 files, VM3 files. Okay. All the virtual machine files are saved in this storage. Let us say it is a storage one. After some time, you want to upgrade it. To upgrade this storage, we need to unmount it from the physical server. If you unmount the storage from the physical servers, all the files will not be available, which means all the virtual machines will not be available to the users. So what is the solution? Solution is you will attach one more storage. Let us say it is a storage 2, and before unmounting the storage 1, you will migrate the files from storage 1 to storage 2. Okay, so how will you migrate these files from one storage to another storage using storage vMotion technology? So using storage vMotion, we can move the files from one storage to another storage. So let us see the storage vMotion definition one more time. Storage vMotion is used to migrate the live virtual machine files from one storage to another storage during maintenance or upgrade. In this example, if you see, we have the physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, we have created 4 virtual machines. Virtual machine 1, 2, 3, and 4. And these virtual machine files are stored in the storage here. So we have storage 1 and storage 2. So all the virtual machine files are stored in storage 1. So VM1 files, VM2 files, VM3 files, VM4 files are stored in storage 1. And if you want to migrate these files from storage 1 to storage 2, you will use the storage vMotion. In this section, we'll see enhanced vMotion. Enhanced vMotion performs vMotion and storage vMotion together. So it is a combination of vMotion and storage vMotion. If you see this example here, it is having two hosts, ESXi1 and ESXi2, and we have created one virtual machine on ESXi2, and we have two storage 1 and storage 2. So what this enhanced vMotion will do, it will migrate the live virtual machine from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. At the same time, it will migrate the virtual machine files from one storage to another storage. In this section, we will discuss about vSphere high availability. vSphere high availability provides high availability for virtual machines. If any host fails, the virtual machines of failed hosts are restarted on alternate hosts. So we'll try to understand these two sentences with one example, then we'll come back to this slide. Let us say we have two ESXi hosts. This is ESXi1 and we have created some virtual machines for this ESXi host. VM1, VM2 and VM3, and we have ESXi2. Now let us say this ESXi1 goes down abruptly. We don't have any chance, we don't have any time to migrate the virtual machines from ESXi1 to ESXi2. It is down abruptly. Now what this HA will do, it will restart the virtual machine of this failed host on another ESXi host which is working fine. So guys, this high availability is restarting the virtual machines on another host, which means there will be a downtime. The virtual machines will not be available to the users for some time because it is restarting the virtual machines here. We didn't get any time to migrate the live virtual machines. So you need to remember this point. With HA, there will be a downtime. So it provides high availability for virtual machine. If any host fails, so here in this example, if you see, this is ESXi1 and it is ESXi2. So ESXi1 is failed and the virtual machines of this failed host are restarted on alternate host. So all the virtual machines of this ESXi1 are restarted in ESXi2. So with HA, you will have downtime. Virtual machines will not be available for some time because it is restarting them on another host. So virtual machines are being restarted. So there will be a downtime. Virtual machines will not be available to the users for some time. So if you see, we have ESXi1 and ESXi2. ESXi goes down and all the virtual machines are restarted on ESXi2. In this section, we will discuss about fault tolerance or FT. Fault tolerance provides high availability for virtual machines with no downtime, unlike high availability. So let us try to understand this sentence with this example. Let us say we have two ESXi hosts, ESXi1 and ESXi2, and On this ESXi1, we have one virtual machine VM1, and it is the mission critical virtual machine, which means it should run 24/7. It should run without any downtime. So for that, what you will do, you will enable fault tolerance. So when you enable the fault tolerance, what will happen? If this ESXi1 goes down, this VM1 will immediately start working on ESXi2 without any downtime. In this section, we will see how fault tolerance works. Fault tolerance provides a continuous availability of virtual machines by creating a live shadow instance of a virtual machine on another ESXi host. We'll try to understand this sentence using one example. In this example, we have two ESXi hosts. One is ESXi1, another one is ESXi2. On the top of this ESXi1, we have created one virtual machine, and we want this virtual machine to be run 24/7. It should be available 24/7 to the users. So what you will do, you will enable the fault tolerance. When you enable the fault tolerance, this fault tolerance will create the shadow virtual machine on another ESXi host. So it will become primary virtual machine. The other virtual machine will be the shadow of this virtual machine. If this ESXi1 goes down, this shadow virtual machine will become the primary virtual machine, and it is available to the users, and one more shadow will be created on another ESXi host. This is how this fault tolerance works. This is how it will make the virtual machines available 24/7 to the users. In this section, we will discuss about distributed resource scheduler, which is also known as DRS. DRS is a load balancing solution for vSphere. It migrates the virtual machines from overutilized ESXi host to an underutilized ESXi host for load balancing. Let us try to understand these two sentences with this example. Imagine we have two ESXi hosts, ESXi1 and ESXi2. ESXi1 is having some virtual machines. Let us say it is having virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3, and virtual machine 4. ESXi2 is having only one virtual machine, which is VM5 or virtual machine 5. This ESXi1 is utilizing 90% of its resources. Resources in the sense RAM and CPU. Okay. And out of this 90%, 50% of resources are utilized by VM1, 20% of resources are utilized by VM2, 10% of resources are utilized by VM3, 10% of resources are utilized by VM4. Whereas this ESXi2 is utilizing only 10% of its resources, which is utilized by this VM5. Now this DRS will monitor both the ESXi host, and it will find that there is no balance between ESXi1 and ESXi2. So to balance this two ESXi hosts, it will move some virtual machines from ESXi1 to ESXi2. So let us say this DRS will move VM234 from ESXi1 to ESXi2. VM2, 3 and VM4. Okay, it was utilizing 20% of resources, it was utilizing 10% of resources, and it was utilizing 10% of resources, the VM4. Now, this ESXi2 is utilizing 50% of its resources, and ESXi1 is also utilizing the 50% of its resources. Now, both the ESXi hosts are balanced, ESXi1 is utilizing 50% of resources, and ESXi2 is also utilizing the 50% of resources. DRS will do the load balancing based on the resource utilization. It will not do the load balancing based on the number of virtual machines. If you see here, ESXi1 is having only one virtual machine, but it is utilizing 50% of resources, whereas ESXi2 is having 4 virtual machines, and these 4 virtual machines together utilizing the 50% of resources. So the load balancing will be done based on the resources, not based on the virtual machines. So DRS is a load balancing solution for vSphere. It migrates the virtual machines from overutilized ESXi host to an underutilized ESXi host for load balancing. DRS migrates the virtual machines between ESXi host using vMotion. So it will use this vMotion technology to migrate the virtual machines from one ESXi host to another ESXi host for load balancing. In this section, we will discuss about vCenter Single Sign-On, which is also known as SSO. Single sign-on is an authentication service. It allows a user to log into multiple vSphere components like vCenter Server, vCloud Director, etc. with a single ID. So as we all know, vSphere is having multiple components like vCenter Server, vCloud Director. So to access them, to log in these different components, we don't need to create separate accounts. With the help of this single sign-on, we can log in to these different services with a single ID. Like you access the multiple applications of Google with one account. As we all know, Google is having multiple applications like Google Search, YouTube, Play Store, Google News, Gmail, Meet, etc. So to access these services, we don't create separate account. With the help of one account, we access all the different applications. How is it possible? It is possible because of this SSO. Google is also using single sign-on. With the help of this single sign-on, you access all the other applications, all the multiple applications with one account. vCenter Single Sign-On supports multiple identity sources like Active Directory and Open LDAP. What is this identity source? This identity source is used to save the user accounts. So we have different identity sources available in market. Microsoft uses Active Directory, Linux uses Open LDAP. In this section, we will see what is a virtual machine in detail. In our previous videos, we have seen that we can create multiple virtual machines on the top of this physical machine using virtualization software. But we don't know the characteristics of virtual machine. What are the advantages of virtual machine? So we are going to cover what is virtual machine first. Then we will see the characteristics of virtual machine. Then we are going to cover the advantages of virtual machine. So virtual machine is a virtual copy of a physical machine. It is also referred to as a software computer. So virtual machine is a software computer, and a virtual machine is made up of multiple files. So whenever we create a virtual machine, multiple files are created. And if this virtual machine is nothing but a set of files that are stored on a storage. So guys, as we have discussed, whenever we create a virtual machine, its files are created and these files are stored on a storage. In this section, we will see the virtual machine functionality. Virtual machine provides the same functionality as physical machine. So it will work like a physical machine. It runs an operating system and applications like a physical machine. So on physical machine, we run any operating system like Windows operating system, Linux operating system. The same way we can run Windows operating system, Linux operating system on the virtual machine, and we can run the applications as well. And it has additional benefits in terms of portability, manageability, and security. In this section, we will discuss about the virtual machine resources. So physical machines have physical resources like processor, memory, graphic card, NIC card, storage, keyboard, mouse, etc. And virtual machines have the virtual resources like virtual processor, virtual memory, virtual graphic card, virtual NIC, virtual storage, virtual keyboard and mouse. Virtual resources are stored in storage in the form of files. In this section, we will discuss about virtual machine files. As we have discussed earlier, virtual machines are made up of multiple files. So, a virtual machine consists of several files that are stored on a storage device. Let us say we have created one virtual machine. It will create multiple files, and these multiple files are stored on a storage device. And the virtual machine key files are configuration file, virtual disk file, NVRAM setting file, and log. In this section, we will discuss about virtual machine file format. So when you create a virtual machine, you need to assign a name to it. Let us say we have created one virtual machine and we need to assign the name to this virtual machine. Imagine we have assigned one name like Windows Server -1. This is the virtual machine name, and the files are created with these virtual machine names like Windows Server 1.nvram, Windows Server 1.vmdk, Windows Server 1.vmx. So this is the file format. In this section, we will discuss about the configuration file. .vmx is the virtual machine configuration file. This is the .vmx file, and it contains virtual machine hardware information like how many CPUs and NICs are available in the virtual machine, how much RAM is available in the virtual machine. So this file is having the hardware information of the virtual machine. In this section, we will discuss about NVRAM setting file, which is also referred to as .nvram file. Okay, so if you see here, we have this .nvram file, and it stores the state of virtual machines BIOS settings. So this .nvram file is having the virtual machines BIOS information, and changes made to the BIOS settings are saved in the .nvram file. So whatever the changes you are making in the BIOS settings, they are saved in this .nvram file, or we can say this .nvram file is the BIOS of virtual machine. In this section, we will discuss about the log file. Log file saves the virtual machine logs. Okay, so this is the log file, and the full name of this log file is vmware.log. It doesn't have the virtual machine name. And what is the use of this log files? If there is any issue in your network, if there is any issue in your infrastructure, VMware support will fix the issue after investigating the logs in the log file. Okay, so if any problem is there in your network, you will contact the VMware support. They will ask you to provide the log file. They will investigate the log messages and they will fix the issue. In this section, we will discuss about virtual machine disk file. .vmdk is the virtual machine disk file. This is the .vmdk file, and it is the virtual hard disk of a virtual machine where you save the data. Okay, in physical machines we have physical hard disk. In virtual machine we have virtual hard disk, and .vmdk is the virtual hard disk where we save the data. So these are the key files of a virtual machine. Virtual machines are having some other files which you will learn in the advanced course. In this section, we will discuss about 4 key characteristics of virtual machine. Virtual machines have following characteristics like compatibility, isolation, encapsulation, hardware independence, which offer several benefits to users. We will discuss all these 4 characteristics one by one in detail. In this video, we will discuss about virtual machine first characteristic, that is compatibility. So in our previous videos, we have discussed virtual machine provides the same functionality as hardware machine. So virtual machines are compatible with all the x86 operating systems, applications and device drivers, which means we can run the same softwares that you would run on physical machine. Okay, so you can run all the same softwares on virtual machine that you would run on a physical machine. This is the meaning of compatibility. So all the softwares, all the x86 softwares are compatible with virtual machines. In this video, we will discuss about the second characteristic of virtual machine, which is isolation. We'll try to understand what is this isolation, what is the advantage of isolation with this example. In this example, if you see, we have one physical machine. On the top of this physical machine, we have created 3 virtual machines. Virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, and virtual machine 3. All these 3 virtual machines are sharing the resources of same physical server. Even though they are sharing the resources of same physical machine, they are isolated from each other. Isolated means they are not connected with each other, but they are not dependent on each other. So what is the advantage of this isolation? If one virtual machine gets crashed, in this example, let us say virtual machine 2 gets crashed, it will not affect virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 3. These 2 virtual machines remain available to the users. This is the advantage of isolation. If you see the sentences here, while virtual machines share the physical resources of same physical machine, but they remain completely isolated from each other. So they are independent of each other. If one virtual machine crashes, in this example VM2 gets crashed, the other 2 virtual machines will not be affected. So VM1 and VM2, they will not be affected and they remain available to the users. In this section, we will discuss about the third virtual machine characteristic, which is encapsulation. As we have discussed, a virtual machine is a set of files. If you create a virtual machine, multiple files are created. What this encapsulation will do? The encapsulation saves all the virtual machine files in one capsule. So encapsulation will save all these files in one capsule or in one folder on a storage device, which makes virtual machine portable because all files are saved in one capsule. Portable means we can move the virtual machine from one ESXi host to another ESXi host very easily because we are moving virtual machine, which means we are moving the folder from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. This is the use of encapsulation. You can move and copy virtual machines like moving and copying the regular computer files. So it is very easy to move the virtual machines from one ESXi host to another ESXi host because all the files are saved in one folder. So moving is like moving the regular file. Moving the virtual machine is like moving the regular file from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. What it will encapsulate? What this encapsulation will encapsulate? It will encapsulate all the virtual machine files, operating system and its application in one capsule or one folder. In this example, if you see, we have created 3 virtual machines. Virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2 and virtual machine 3. All these 3 virtual machines are having operating system and applications. Okay. All the files are saved in separate folder of each virtual machine. In this section, we will discuss about the 4th virtual machine characteristic, which is hardware independence. Let us try to understand what does it mean by hardware independence. The virtual machines are hardware independent, which means we can migrate the virtual machines from Intel architecture to AMD architecture because the virtual machines are set of files. So in this example, if you see, we have 2 ESXi hosts. This ESXi host is having Intel architecture and this ESXi host is AMD architecture. But we can move the virtual machines from Intel architecture ESXi host to AMD architecture ESXi host because the virtual machines are the set of files. They are compatible with every architecture. In this video, we will see what is virtual machine cloning. Cloning is the process of creating an exact copy of virtual machine. If you see this example here, we have one virtual machine. With the help of cloning, we have created the exact copy of this virtual machine. So what is a clone here? A clone is a copy of an existing virtual machine. So this is the primary virtual machine or parent virtual machine, and we have created the clone of this parent virtual machine. And clone has same hardware, software and other configuration as original virtual machine. This clone will have the same software, same operating system and same virtual hardware as well. The existing virtual machine is called parent of the clone. So this original virtual machine is known as parent and the copy of this parent is known as clone. When the clone operation is completed, okay, when we create the copy, when we create the clone is a separate virtual machine. So this clone will be a separate virtual machine. Let us discuss what is the use of a clone. Clones are useful when you need to create multiple virtual machines with the same operating system and applications. Imagine you have a requirement to create 100 virtual machines with Windows 11 operating system and MS Office application. So what you will do, you will create 100 virtual machines. After creating 100 virtual machines, you will install operating system on all the virtual machines one by one. Then you will install the MS Office application on all the virtual machines, which will take a lot of time. So instead of that, what you will do, you will create one virtual machine. On the top of this virtual machine, you will install Windows 11 operating system. On the top of this Windows 11 operating system, you will install MS Office. After that, you will create 99 clones, which will save your time. So installing a guest operating system and application can be time consuming. And with clones, you can make many copies of a virtual machine from a single installation and configuration process. So you need to create only one virtual machine and you can create multiple clones from this virtual machine. Let us discuss what is the use of a clone. Clones are useful when you need to create multiple virtual machines with the same operating system and applications. Imagine you have a requirement to create 100 virtual machines with Windows 11 operating system and MS Office application. So what you will do, you will create 100 virtual machines. After creating 100 virtual machines, you will install operating system on all the virtual machines one by one. Then you will install the MS Office application on all the virtual machines, which will take a lot of time. So instead of that, what you will do, you will create one virtual machine. On the top of this virtual machine, you will install Windows 11 operating system. On the top of this Windows 11 operating system, you will install MS Office. After that, you will create 99 clones, which will save your time. So installing a guest operating system and application can be time consuming. And with clones, you can make many copies of a virtual machine from a single installation and configuration process. So you need to create only one virtual machine and you can create multiple clones from this virtual machine. In this video, we will discuss about flexibility. Virtual machines are flexible. What does it mean by flexible? You can move the virtual machines from one ESXi host to another host easily because they are set of files. So in this example, we have ESXi1 and ESXi2, and we can move the virtual machines from one ESXi host to another ESXi host easily because the virtual machines are flexible, because the virtual machines are set of files. In this video, we will discuss about security in virtual machine advantages. To understand the security concept in virtual machine, we will take this example. In this example, we have one physical machine. On the top of this physical machine, we have created 3 virtual machines. Let us say VM1, VM2 and VM3. And let us say VM2 gets infected with malware like ransomware. So this virtual machine will contain the damage made by this malware to itself. And the other 2 virtual machines will not be affected and they remain available to the users because the virtual machines are isolated from each other. This is how it provides the security to virtual machines. In this video, we will discuss about virtual machine backup. Virtual machines can be backed up periodically. In this example, we have one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have 4 virtual machines. Virtual machine 1, 2, 3 and 4. And we have discussed that virtual machines are nothing but the collection of files. And we have one backup server. This backup server is responsible for taking the backup of these virtual machines periodically. Periodically means you will set one time, let us say at 10 p.m. the backup should be taken. So this backup server will take the backup every day at 10 p.m. and it will save this backup in this backup repository. Okay, so virtual machines can be backed up periodically and the backup server creates a copy of virtual machines and save it on a backup repository that can be restored later in case of disaster. In this video, we will see when and where to restore the backups. So you can restore the virtual machines to the original location in case of ransomware attack and virtual machine failure. So in our previous video, we have seen that we have taken the backup of this 4 virtual machine and it is saved in this backup repository. Let us say this virtual machine 4 is infected with the ransomware attack. So in this case, what you will do, you will restore the virtual machine 4 at the same location and this virtual machine 4 will start working. And let us say this virtual machine 1 is down. It is not working at all. In this case also, you will restore the backup at the same location and this virtual machine one will start working fine. You can even restore the virtual machines to a different location. Let us see how. In this example, we have ESXi1 and ESXi2, and we have taken the backup of these 4 virtual machines. And let us say this ESXi host is down. The physical server is down. In this case, we cannot restore the virtual machine at the same location. We need to restore the virtual machine at different locations. So we will restore the virtual machine on ESXi2. And the restoration process is very fast. We can restore the virtual machines in few minutes, unlike physical environment. So we'll start with what is cloud and cloud computing. We'll see what is cloud first. So guys, cloud is nothing but a data center with multiple resources like servers and different services. You can see cloud is nothing but a data center with multiple servers and resources. So these data centers are owned by the cloud service providers like AWS or Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform, etc. So cloud is nothing but a data center. And let us see what is cloud computing. Cloud computing means accessing the data center resources, accessing the resources of this data center or accessing the resources of this cloud over the internet, pay as you go. So cloud computing means you will access the resources like servers from the cloud via internet, and you will pay as you go. Pay as you go means if you are using the server for 1 hour, so you will pay for 1 hour only. This is the meaning of pay as you go. And so instead of buying, owning and maintaining the physical data centers and servers, you can access the resources on rental basis. So what we are doing here, we are accessing the resources on rental basis. We are accessing the servers on rental basis. So you might be wondering, why can't we have our own data center on premises? Why this renting? Why to rent the resources from the service provider? So on premises data centers are challenging to manage and they are very costly as well. So guys, let us see on premises data center challenges. Imagine you are a startup and you want to launch your apps and you have decided to establish your own data center on premises. Okay, if you are establishing your own data center, then you are responsible for everything like networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime, data, and application. So you will be responsible for everything. So let us see what you need to do in networking. So you are responsible for networking of your data center, like you will do the cabling. You will be purchasing, installing, configuring, and managing the networking devices like switches, routers, firewall, and other networking devices. And you are responsible for the internet access as well. So internet access also comes under the networking. Then you are responsible for storage as well. So you need storage to store your data. So you are responsible to purchase, install, configure, and manage the storage. Then you need the physical servers for your application. So again, you are responsible to purchase, install, configure, and manage all the servers. Then you are responsible for virtualization as well. So what is virtualization? It is a technology that allows a single physical server to run multiple operating systems at the same time. So guys, let us say you are running your data center without virtualization. Then you can run only one operating system on one physical server. So if you are doing the virtualization, you can run multiple operating system on your physical server at the same time. So if you are doing the virtualization, you will be responsible for software licensing, you will be responsible for software installation, then you will create the virtual machine and you will manage them. Again, virtualization will be your responsibility. As we have discussed, everything is your responsibility. If you are managing your own data center, then you need the operating system to run on the virtual machines. Again, you are responsible for operating system licensing. You are going to install the operating system and you are going to manage it. Like you are going to update the operating system. If there is any issue, you are going to fix it. Then you are responsible for middleware as well. So what is this middleware? Let us try to understand. Middleware is a software that different applications use to communicate with each other. So guys, you are creating multiple applications. Let us say you have two applications, application 1 and application 2, and your requirement is to make the communication between these two applications. Then we need the middleware. What this middleware will do, it will make the communication between these two applications. So again, if you want to make two applications to communicate with each other, we need the middleware, and we are responsible for this middleware as well. So middleware is a software that different applications use to communicate with each other. So we have different middlewares. Okay, we have application middleware, database middleware, etc. Then you are responsible for runtime as well. So what is this runtime? Let us try to understand. A runtime is a software that provides an environment for programming language to run the code. So guys, you are building the application. Okay, our primary goal is to build the application. Our primary goal is to develop the application. So to develop the application, we need the programming language. Okay, programmers, they use the programming language, they write the code, they run the code. So to run the code, they need a runtime. Okay, runtime is an environment to run the code here. So again, the example of the runtime like JRE. JRE is the runtime for Java programs required to run correctly. So as we have discussed, for programming languages, we need environment, we need runtime. So if you are managing your own data center, then you need to manage the runtime as well. Okay, so JRE stands for Java Runtime Environment, and it is your responsibility. Then you are responsible for your data as well. So you are responsible to protect your data. You are responsible to take the backup. If there is an issue, you are responsible to restore the backup as well. And you are responsible for your application. So you are responsible for developing and deploying and managing your application. Then we need the cooling, because servers and other networking devices generate heat, which is a risk to your data center. So ACs must be installed. Again, you need to purchase the ACs, install them, then manage them. And there will be a power consumption, and you need to pay the electricity bill as well. And you need to provide 24/7 power supply. You must have UPS, you must have generator. Okay, if the UPS is not working, then you will provide the power supply by the generator. Then you need the fuel as well, and required large space to install multiple servers and other devices in your data center. Then to manage the complete infrastructure, you need the huge manpower. Okay, because we have so many devices in our data centers like servers, networking devices like switches, routers, firewalls, etc. Then we have ACs. Okay, so many things are there in our data center. So we need a huge manpower and we need to pay to them. In short, owning a data center consumes a lot of money. Let us say you have installed data center and your startup gets successful and your apps are getting huge load. Okay, so to bear this huge load, you need to add more servers, which will take a lot of time. Okay, but With cloud, you don't need to wait at all. Okay. Servers are added within no time. Okay. Based on the load, you can increase the server. If the load decreases, you can decrease the number of servers as well. And let us say if your startup is not successful and you want to close your business, then you will not get a good price for your devices. In this section, we will discuss about cloud computing models. There are three main models for cloud computing, like infrastructure as a service or IaaS, platform as a service or PaaS, software as a service or SaaS. We will discuss about these three different models one by one. So each model represents a different part of cloud computing stack. What is this cloud computing stack? This is the cloud computing stack. Okay, so if you are having the on-site infrastructure, then you will manage everything. Okay, this blue part means you manage, red part means service provider manages the things. So if your infrastructure is on-site, you will manage everything like networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime, data, and application. If it is IaaS, then service provider will manage networking, storage, servers, virtualization, and you manage operating system, middleware, runtime, data, and application. If it is PaaS, then service provider manages networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime. You only need to manage data and application. If it is SaaS, everything is managed by service provider like networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime, data, and application. In this section, we will discuss about the misconceptions about cloud. Before that, we will see what is cloud. As we have discussed earlier, cloud is a data center with different resources like servers and multiple services. But there are some misconceptions about the cloud that need to be clarified. The first misconception is cloud is the internet. Cloud is not the internet. We access the cloud via internet. The second misconception is cloud is a software. Again, cloud is not a software. We use software to access the cloud. And the third misconception is cloud is just someone else's computer. Again, the cloud is not just a computer. It is a complete data center with multiple services. And the fourth misconception is cloud is a real cloud that carries water. Again, cloud is not a real cloud. It is a data center with multiple services.